I've read. I think I've read the Aeneid by
Oh, that's
Virgil.
cool. I I kept, I've just heard about them so many times. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna, I got time at work. I'm gonna listen to them. Started listening to the Ennead, and it didn't take but 5 minutes for me to. It probably gets better, but the opening was so boring to me that I just said, oh, I'm gonna check out Metamorphosis instead. Because I wanted to get to both of them today. Um, Metamorphosis was way more like I don't know, just fun, sort of more poetic, and almost gave like a creation story in its first chapter, which was really fun to listen to. Because who doesn't love a good creation myth, right?
Oh
Didn't
yeah.
listen, didn't listen to much of it, but one thing that struck me as kind of odd, and it could have been due to the translation job. It was going hard on the globe, and I can't imagine that was the original author's words. Um, but whoever translated it, I'm assuming that they might have taken words like realm or Gaia or who knows what, right? And turned them into like globe and planet when referring to Earth, because it was going really hard. Like it was pushing it. I was like, isn't this supposed to be from like, I don't know, like 500 BC or something?
The Aeneid. I'm
But
not
yeah,
sure.
Metamorphosis was the one that I was saying goes hard on the globe. I clicked off of the Ennead because it was so boring.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know
Meta-
they're extremely old. I'm pretty sure they're BC or right around that time frame. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it was like I swear it says planet and globe total about 10 times just within the first like 20 minutes of the audiobook. And I was like, huh, but the weird thing was it combined with like and the Lord or whoever Zeus or I don't whoever it mentioned um set out the infinite plains of grass and fields, and I was like, well, those two things don't compute. You say globe, and then you say that there's infinite unbounded oceans and fields. And I was like, what's going on? Like, it all just sounded so weird. That's why I think it must have been like done in translation to English. The one I listened to was this old dude. You know the audiobooks. There's like, this is a Liverbox production in the public domain.
Yes.
It was one of those. I could track it down and send it to anyone who's interested. But yeah, I don't know. Thought I'd share that. I'm probably gonna continue listening to it tomorrow because, like, I asked myself the question a few weeks ago. I was like, so there is Roman mythology because everyone tells you, you got the Jupiter, Zeus, Saturn, Kronos, like the trade-off gods or whatever, right? From Greek mythology to Roman mythology. And I was asking myself, where, where do you find Roman mythology? Like, like where do you go to learn about Roman mythology from like the earliest source or whatever? You know what I mean? Is there like a Roman mythology Bible or something? And those were the two books I had recommended to me by a few different places. Like, oh, just read the Metamorphosis and the Ennead. I was like, okay, I'll check them out. What are those? But I'm just getting into them. No real serious like summaries or comments on it yet. Still
You
working on
know,
that.
one one way that I think about it at least is it's a lot like United States where we have all these like stupid traditions and like Halloween and Christmas, but it's like based on a collection of other people's and just kind of accepted like a bunch of different people's stuff and like basically merged all these cultures. And I think that's why I think Roman mythology is just basically because I mean the majority of Roman culture was Greek culture. That was like a majority of their peoples basically from that region. And so I think that like I said, the way I think about it is just that that's just an adaptation from them trying to accept the Greek mythology, and then also, you know, whoever else is like it's merging a bunch of stuff together. I think for the most part, it's almost identical.
So do you think most of the myths or the archetypes surrounding any type of like creation story, gods, God, or any of that is all kind of a blending and like a melting of a bunch of different things? All of them?
I mean, to some extent, I mean, I wouldn't say every biblical story would be like that, but like definitely the traditions at least. But I think with that culture, I think it's like a majority of the base culture was almost Greek, so it makes sense that like the backbone of their mythology would be based on the same, as the Greek culture. Um, but yeah, but to answer your question, uh, that's like an over encompassing thing. Yeah, I think for the most part, you'd see that in any historic time when they can join two cities or two countries, and then brought these people together for however they did it, like whether it was war or whatever. The hardest part is getting them to accept each other and accept their new rulers, and so the easiest way to do that is just to merge their traditions and beliefs.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I was listening to a video titled um, "The History of Roman Religion from Paganism to Christianity." It was by a channel called The Gnostic Informant, and it was like a hour and 20 minutes or so. I thought it was really good. Um, I didn't even get to because I just get to listen to things at work. So I only got to listen. I didn't even get to see the visuals or whatever. But it was still like a good use of time. Like I understand, like many of my questions had been answered in that video, and yeah, it was very entertaining. I'd highly recommend it. Um, and one of the things he said uh, was that Rome actually, at certain times, like prided itself upon like stealing other cultures' gods. Like they're like Ash Ketchum and Pokemon. Like they gotta catch them all, you know, and like make them a Roman deity. Like no, that this deity doesn't belong to you Turks anymore. This is a Roman god now. Although it's so like, it's like I don't know. It's kind of weird though, because it's like I guess as long as people forget where it came from, then that's all good. But I just give it a generation or two, and I guess it seals the deal.
Well, it is interesting that the planets are all named after Roman gods, even though they originally are Greek
That's
gods,
not
but
true.
they still use the Roman names. Yeah, not
That's
all the
not
planets, but
yeah,
Earth's not.
like three of them or two. Saturn and is that it?
Mercury, Venus, Mars.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, my total brain fart, dude. I was thinking days of the week, not
Oh
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
no, you're right. Yeah, those are all Latin or Roman, like you said. The days of the week, though, um, it's just Sun, Moon, and Saturn, which are
Oh
like,
yeah, right.
and then the rest of them are what Norse or whatever.
I
But
forget
yeah,
where
I
Wednesday
mean,
comes from.
Odin or Woden.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, we just kind of have to say like Rome wins. You know what I mean? Like as far as a culture can make its impact on the world, like you win Rome, I guess.
Yeah,
But it did it.
at that
It was
time.
sly about it.
They were sly about it, you said?
Yeah. Like
What do you expect, man?
they
They're
were.
Italian.
I mean, really, when you think about it, man, like as far as like the competition or the rat race of culture and religion and stuff like that, I mean, Rome didn't start out Christian, but it was, once it accepted it, it's the one that really made it take off, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
So, Rome pushed its religion, it pushed its language to a degree. Uh,
Yeah.
that's a tough one to talk about, but you know what I'm saying. Definitely its
No,
alphabet as well.
one of it. We were talking about this the other day about the romantic languages. Like, even though English technically isn't a romantic language, it's basically made up of the same, half the root words, or go to Latin. But most of the other European countries, or at least of Spain, Italy, Portugal. What are the other ones? Spanish, French, whatever they are. Yeah, the overall. Oh yeah, Italian, Spanish, Italian, French. There you go.
There you go. Yeah,
Those are all Latin languages.
its calendar, you know, that I
Oh
mean,
yeah, man.
it wins there too. So what is it? Alphabet, uh, most popular language, most popular religion that it endorses. I mean, that's pretty big. Language, religion, and
The calendar, you said.
and calendar. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean
both calendars, both Julian calendar and the
and
Gregorian calendar are both Roman.
yeah, that's big deal stuff. You could even say like the most popular name. No, I don't know. China's a whole thing to consider. But most people I meet um, have themselves a biblical name or like a cousin or a brother or something with like a biblical name. And I'd imagine maybe it's more of like the Latin version of that biblical name or something, rather than like the Greek version or the Hebrew version. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know what I'm saying anymore.
anytime I meet somebody, like Jeremy, my name's Jeremy, his name's Jeremy, Adam, these type of names, I always consider them to be Jewish names personally. But it all, I think honestly, I don't know if this is still true, but they said the most common name in the world was Muhammad. I don't know if that's still
Right.
true.
That last time I checked it, yeah, that's what they say.
That's weird.
Yeah, well, isn't it part of like Islamic tradition to like rename yourself at some point in life?
Yeah, I know. If it's true, if you're black, if you're a black guy and you
Okay.
become Islamic, then yeah, and you usually name
Yeah,
yourself Muhammad.
you name yourself Ali, Ahmed, Muhammad, or I don't know. I mean, whatchamacallit, Muhammad Ali, right? What was his original name?
That's just Clay.
Cassius Clay.
Yeah, right. And yep, picked Muhammad. Of course he did. Everyone's
It's the most
doing it.
popular name. I mean, Cassius is actually a cool name. You don't really meet a Cassius.
It's actually, yeah, it's a pretty badass name. I heard someone say the other day that when it comes to like folk tales or just generic stories that are just like urban legends or whatever, nothing based in history, just like a made up story, that the most popular name for a boy is Jack. But if you go to Russia and look at their like folk tales or urban legends, it's always going to be a guy named Ivan. That's their Jack over there. They got Ivan.
Yeah. Well, I know also Sasha, because Alexander the Great, he's supposed to be like he's a big dude. And there's a lot of shit, a lot of people named, even boys and girls, like both named after him. But yeah, over there, I think Sasha is like the equivalent to that. But I guess Ivan is more common than Sasha, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear for the first time a couple of years ago that Alexander the Great, or whatever, was like the fourth in the line of those Greek philosophers. Just boom, 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 Alexander the Great from like the teacher-student relationships. I was like, oh, I had always heard of Plato and Socrates and what Aristotle and stuff, and this Alexander guy, but I didn't know that he was fucking uh, Aristotle's student, right? I mean, what are the chances?
I mean, he was in a pretty rich family.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the chances are 100%.
If ever he was around the same time. But yeah, there's another philosopher too. I'm sure you know about Diogenes, and there's a story that supposedly he met Alexander the Great, and then because Diogenes was like a homeless guy philosopher, and then Alexander the Great said if he could be no, but he said two things to him. He said, if I could give you, he said, hey, give me 1 second.
Good job finally got him in trouble with his mom now. He can't come out and play.
Oh, nice one, Lightwater. I never looked at it that way before.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, hold on. I'll have to be back. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Did Kosho forget to clean his room again before getting back on the internet?
Sounds like it. Somebody came in his room pissed.
He never finished his chores, jumping online, trying to be sneaky.
He shoved it all under his bed and got caught. Now he's got to put lotion on his mom's feet.
I mean, I question whether the Greeks and Romans even existed the way that they tell us they existed. I mean, is it like just coincidence that we have like just in this indoctrination school system, you've got all your categories, your science, your history. You have to memorize all this stuff. Like, seems like it's part of the narrative. I'm not saying all of the history we're told is false, but I would have no reason to believe it when it's coming from the same entities.
Have you ever heard someone describe history or just reality as a whole as the greatest story ever told?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, that idea.
It's like the time frames we work with and the amount of detail we get about, like, the rules of this place, what came first, who fathered who killed who, this war happened, and the power struggles between these powers and stuff like that. It's just like, geez, but here we are, talking online, smartphones, cars, all that, and it's like, has there ever been a story in written form that can even compete with the story of real life? Yeah. But then, you only know what you've lived through, and what you trust your parents telling you about their experience, and maybe your grandparents for as long as they're alive. But then before that, everything's a little bit more unreliable for you as an individual. But then but all the way back then, it does seem a little too perfect to me. I get a sort of funny feeling, about these historical figures, especially just because, like, it seems like they nailed it really early on. I was listening to this dude. I forget. It was an interview with Gnostic Informant. He had this dude on talking about Plato, and I was just like, man, it's crazy that these conversations that I think are like popping into my mind that I'm having with people, on here and stuff. This dude he already had that conversation thousands of years ago. And it's just like, wow, and nothing's really changed, huh? They really talked about some serious business, you know, kind of unanswerable questions and things like that. And nothing's really advanced past it because they kind of went as far as a person possibly can.
Do you think that that's the case, or do you think it was more commonplace for the average individual to speak about such philosophical things at such a deep level at that point in time? Let me restate that. Maybe that it wasn't as taboo to speak about these things, meaning you could have in-depth argumentation regarding philosophical um, ideas without hurting people's feelings, maybe back then, and there was more progression of the conversation than there is now.
Um, I think for certain cultures at certain times amongst certain people, absolutely. You know, uh, it depends what kind of tyranny is involved suppressing, like free thinking conversations and stuff like that. But that's not going on all the time. So yeah, I'm sure there were times where they were just like less. I think people just lived in the world and just like kind of observe the world around them a lot more than people do now, just due to the lack of technology and just the more like connectedness that they had to just the way things really work in a sort of natural way. They weren't so far removed from it. And yeah, and then when it comes to entertainment, you know what I mean? Like there's no movies, there's plays, but as far as you are told, the plays were like written by like expert playwriters. You know what I mean? Like I'll go watch a cartoon and I'll say, who made this piece of junk? But how often did some like Greek dude go to the theater and and feel like there wasn't like a lot of wisdom packed into the play he was watching. Like, oh, they're just trying to brainwash my kids with this play at the amphitheater. You know what I mean? They're just trying to make a buck. I don't know. It could be the case, but I don't know. I think that people were just more genuine back then, I suppose, and didn't have so many distractions keeping them from thinking about these things. And then, of course, they'd want to share their opinions and conversate about it. It's like, you know, what else is a rich like wisdom seeker to do back in the day besides just surround himself with others just like him? And that's the way they had fun. That's the way they felt they were spending their time wisely. You know, by forming little philosopher clubs or whatever, attending mystery schools, setting up, you know, schools. I don't know. What do you think, man? It sound from the tone of your voice, it sounded like you would answer your own question with a yes. Do you think it was just more commonplace back then for these discussions about the nature of reality to happen in a sort of free and open way, excluding the times where you'd have to do it in the shadows of the night as not to be persecuted or whatever?
Sorry, I just caught the last of that. Actually, I can't talk right now, but I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Well, let me ask anyone in the room this question. Uh, do you think that uh, like most people, like almost 99% of all people, say 1,000 years ago, were very religious? Like it'd be hard to come across a person who wasn't extremely religious. Is America the first to try to spread the whole like separation between church and state thing? Was that just not a thing before America? Even though it really isn't, even in America right now. I mean, we have "In God We Trust" written on all our currency or whatever, and the Pledge of Allegiance and all that, the national anthem and yada yada. Oh, wait, does the national anthem involve God? I forget. The other two do. I know the Pledge of Allegiance that they made me do in school, and the currency has "In God We Trust" it. One nation under God.
I find it difficult to say, Fundy.
Yeah, me too, man.
I don't trust history anymore.
Right?
Yeah.
The question is, The question is to what degree do you distrust it? Completely, like everything they tell you is a lie, or is it 50-50? It's also tough to say.
Yeah, yeah. Difficult to say. It is just in the beginning of Flat Earth, I still had that globe in my head. I find that funny. Even when I really was convinced that it was there's more to flatness than to ball. And what other stories can you then tell each other?
Yeah, I was listening to a video the other day uh like book burnings and just sort of a timeline of all sorts of libraries being burnt down, and it just happens so often with these really large collections being destroyed either on purpose or supposedly by accident or whatever. And once you get rid of those texts, then you can rewrite history at your leisure.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that happened a lot of times. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Yeah, because people on that have power understand the power behind books.
Yeah, what's the expression? He who controls the past controls the present, and he who controls the present controls the future, perhaps. I
Yeah,
think that makes sense.
yeah. To a certain level, makes sense.
Right. You know,
But there must
go
be.
ahead.
I think in every history there has to be some kind of truth, even if it's metaphysical.
Ah,
That's
I'd
what.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't take it.
Right. Yeah, we'd reject it if it was just completely truthless.
Yeah.
So, um, I I finally got around yesterday to watching the original Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that one?
No, never saw it.
Okay. Well, I grew up and I saw a remake made in like the early 2000s by Tim Burton. He made a remake of a much older movie, and the original was made, I think, in 1968, right on the perfect time for astronauts and time travel and all that stuff with this outer space time travel stuff. But yeah, 1968, and so it comes out probably as a propaganda piece to some degree, but it's still a pretty darn good movie as far as science fiction goes. And I thought that's all there was. And by the way, it's free on YouTube. But after I watched this movie on YouTube for free, it was like, hey, coming up next on the autoplay function is the sequel. And I was like, no way. No way. It has a sequel? I've never heard anyone mention this before, that the original Planet of the Apes has a sequel. So I watched it and it was bonkers, dude. It was crazy. And then after I watched the sequel, it was like, by the way, there's a third one in the series. And I'm like, you're kidding me. So then I watched the third one, and it was like, yo, there's also a fourth and a fifth. And I was like, I never knew. This is crazy. So I watched them all in one day. They're all about 70 minutes each, I think. And I got to tell you, I had a real good day yesterday watching all five. old Planet. They made them from 1968 to 1973, just like a 5-year time span. They pumped out 5 movies like once a year, and they're actually. I mean, I liked them. I'll say, yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty. They they touch on some really deep concepts.
Yeah, I remember when the film arrived in '68, and it was a hype back then.
Hmm.
And I didn't like to go to hype movies, so that's why I
Right.
didn't. So I can imagine that they tap into that with the sequels. Yeah.
Yeah, they tap into those esoteric and metaphysical teachings. You can tell the person who wrote it or directed it or whatever, they they were obviously trying to like be very metaphorical and symbolic with the making of these movies. The plot the plot often just doesn't make any logical sense at all, and like from my perspective, I can understand why the plot doesn't make sense because they weren't really trying to tell a literal story. They were trying to teach lessons through the story, metaphysical and spiritual lessons. And so the plot had some holes because something's got to give. But I don't really watch movies to be like an escapist anymore and just like distract. Like when I watch a movie, I'm not trying to like turn my brain off. I'm like I watch them to like analyze them to see what truths I can find. And in that manner, I found lots of good stuff in the original 5 Planet of the Apes series. I can tell that there is a very I don't know, spiritual person uh, behind the creation of them. Not that they weren't also like used for propaganda and stuff like that, but still, there was some really good parts because there's a evil genius behind it, I guess.
What kind of spiritual story did you get from the Planet of the Apes?
Well, it's really clear throughout the movies that um, you got these apes, and their civilization isn't that old. They're very like new. They're newbies to the whole like being the apex predator thing. They don't have skyscrapers. They're trying to figure things out still. I mean, they're not they're advanced in their level of intelligence, but they're not advanced in their level of achievement of like terraforming the world and shaping and like landscaping and stuff like that. But they are organizing themselves into like a lawful society and stuff. And it's very obvious that the main metaphor is that these apes that rule the world are symbolic of humanity.
Right,
Like
right.
and so you can see these apes ruling the world, and they're very new at it. They don't really know what they're doing, but this ape culture is ruling the world, and the viewer of the movie is seeing all these like mistakes they're making. They're being overly indoctrinated. They're being overly dogmatic. They're being overly religious. They're being overly prejudiced towards humans, which is like probably a metaphor for like slavery in America or slavery anywhere really. And to the movie watcher, uh, by the way, could you mute? I'm getting feedback while I'm talking. Uh, So, so we, as the viewer, you get to see the apes creating a civilization. It's their turn to take the spotlight as head honcho apex predator species, and they're trying their best and they have good intentions, but their like insecurities and their fears and their like over like their ignorant ways lead them to make so many like obvious mistakes. And it's sort of a metaphor for like how humans haven't gotten their shit together, because the apes in Planet of the Apes, it's just a parallel to with the director, the author's take on humanity, and how why we also made those same mistakes. And it's just because we're new at it, we're unpracticed, we haven't figured it out, and it's gonna take some time to get our shit together.
Yeah, quite some interpretations or already. And while you were talking, I thought, could it the apocalypse, the awakening, is sometimes shown to us as an effect that you see a group of monkeys that are confronted with a big megalite. You know that?
What?
With a big megalite.
What's that?
Don't I? A big stone. A big stone.
Oh, megalith? Yeah.
Megalith. Yeah, megalith. Sorry.
Oh, like in 2001?
Yeah, not a pyramid, but a rectangle, a cube, elongated cube. Yeah.
Are you talking about 2001: A Space Odyssey now?
I think yeah.
Yeah, the primitive human ape creatures, they are confronted with they call it the monolith in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some tie-ins there between Planet of the Apes and 2001. They tell a very similar story. Both of them are about the evolution of apes into like thinking, like thoughtful, more advanced, more evolved beings. And both of them involve space travel and even time travel through light speed space travel. Yeah, they have some very similar themes, those two movies.
Interesting. One of these things that I see fundamental is that we have been living in a lower feminine age.
What does that mean?
That the as I see it, in my interpretation and insights into it, we have in this universe 4 sources, 2 from above, 1 from below. In mainly the source from above is male, but also has a feminine side, and the source from below is feminine, and
with a masculine part inside.
Yeah, and in the painting of Michelangelo on the ceiling in the Vatican.
Okay. Oh, the Vatican?
Yeah, you see the feminine of Earth missing.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not very familiar with Michelangelo's paintings, but if you're talking about the Sistine Chapel one, where they're like God is sticking out his finger, and Adam is okay, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, What? Okay, so you were saying the feminine is missing?
And Adam is Gaia. Gaia. Yeah.
Okay. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's very funny.
And I got that from Walter Russell,
Okay.
the lower feminine age, and on the New Age side and spiritual side, it is mentioned.
Well, let me pull up this painting, and you explain to me what you mean by something's missing. What's missing?
The feminine on the earth side. So I'll post it also.
Okay.
Let me
I'll just wait for that then. If you're gonna post it. Are you saying that Adam and Eve should be sitting together?
No, Gaia and Sophia should be together. Adam and Eve, according to me, is the male and the feminine inside each of us.
Okay.
Inside of us, where the dielectric and magnetic.
Okay.
But what I wanted to say, that feminine is electromagnetic, and electromagnetic creates space. If you imagine the double torus field, you can see that the electromagnetic creates space, while the dielectric creates direction. And I think that possibly space-time is then pointing at that.
Oh, that's pretty deep right there. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, like
And if a feminine part is missing, which is also depicted in the bite out of the apple, because the apple is a symbol for the torus fields.
Sure, yeah.
I'm trying to find it. Let me.
You know, I would say, not that I fully understand your point, but from my reasoning right now, I would say that you're like mixing two things together.
Yeah.
That space and direction aren't necessarily like counterparts.
No, but the male is also memory, and that has time in it. Okay.
Okay.
The male is salt. I was looking in Discord and then Earth Awakening, but I have put it in Baker's dozen.
Uh-oh.
And now I can find it. Yeah.
But I get where you're coming from. Sort of like one way of putting it is that if you got like some paper, like a paper with like a grid on it, like each of those like square grids, like, you know, taking up the whole page, like that's space, like you said, that's feminine. And like the idea of feminine is that it can be like inhabited. You know what I mean? Like feminine is something to be inside of.
Yeah.
Kind, you know. And so then, you know, what would, you know, so you got the piece of paper, you got the grid paper, and then you would draw like an arrow or a line on that paper. And it's like, well, there you go. That's like the line inside the grid, the vector, the line, the arrow inside of the space.
Yeah. and then space travel is when the new feminine comes back, of the Earth feminine comes back, and it must be discovered again. Yeah. You see the painting now?
Let me look. Give me one sec. Okay, yeah, you got it now. I got it.
So you see that the naked figure of Adam or Gaia is laying on the land, on the earth,
Right.
while the other guy, with the bearded guy with the arm around the woman,
He does, yes.
is in the sky.
Yeah, he's in the air. He's
And,
in the sky.
and see how
Hmm.
what is around him looks like a skull, like a brain.
Yeah, I've heard that before. It's pretty. I have a hard time fully buying into that, but but to be honest, yeah, it does. It looks like a brain.
Yeah. So he reaches out to Gaia, Adam, so he can think, to make him think from the cave, from the cave.
Yeah, it's his hand, right? It's his arm that is like protruding
Yeah.
out of the land.
Yeah.
It's almost like Adam in that picture is like a fetus inside of the land.
Yeah.
And it's just his arm that has left the womb.
A very muscled fetus. He makes me jealous.
Absolutely.
The bastard.
So explain to me, now that we're looking at it. You said something's missing, right?
Well, the bearded guy has his arm around a woman, and on the earth side, the female is missing.
Okay, Adam's alone.
So
Yeah, he's very alone.
that correlates with what Walter Russell and what you hear in the spiritual community is that the feminine of the earth has not been present, and it is called that we live in the age of man. Can you still manage? Can you still manage? And
Oh, okay, I follow.
and other times we live. The male lives as the son, and the son has a mother.
Could you say that one more time?
And the son has a mother as a guidance.
Not in this picture.
No. So this picture is about the Piscean age.
Hey, there's some people playing some really loud music behind me right now. It probably will go on for a while, just as a warning. Can you hear that?
No, I can't hear that.
Okay, you can't. Okay, that's good, because I was afraid that I was gonna be like making some horrible noises in the background through my mic. Okay, so you're saying this picture is related to the Piscean age?
That's my interpretation of it. Yeah.
So I mean, I can definitely follow that in my mind. I'm trying to connect some dots together in my mind right now. Like all at first glance, this painting is very yin yang, which is very Piscean. But other than its resemblance to the yin yang, What else makes you feel like this is Piscean?
Because of the missing of the feminines on the left side.
Well, how does that relate to
Yeah,
Pisces?
I understand your because I have of course a certain road to this thinking funny. So maybe we should very soon take some time to have a Baker Dozens gathering so I can talk a little
Yeah,
more free.
absolutely, man. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that soon. I
Yeah.
got dinner coming in about 20 minutes. But maybe later or maybe another day for
But
sure.
what I wanted to say that space travel in that sense might be discovering our own space direct around us. So in the story of the Planet of the Apes, because you mentioned that.
Yes, okay.
So that I thought very interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know if you said this comment earlier for the reason I'm thinking, but uh one of the like the sort of hinted at notions in that movie is that the only reason apes like evolved to gain like intelligent consciousness is because there was some sort of catastrophic war that happened in the past that killed almost all humans. And so the Planet of the Apes movie is definitely like a reset sort of story, but one that involves the majority of humans or the majority of humanity dying off.
Yeah, and in a spiritual sense, of course, dying is not the same. It is direct connected with rebirth. So that it might mean not a physical death, but a metaphysical death and rebirth.
Yeah, and the person, or not the person, but the monkey that is like the messiah figure of of the apes. His name is Caesar, and so of course that'd be Julius Caesar. So
Uh,
the Messiah. Go ahead.
we are over the edge of the Ides of March at least as the 15th and the 16th. I don't know if you read my comments that it is related to the Ides of March is really uh, um,
The
decided.
middle, the middle of the middle of the moon cycle, right? Of the
Yeah,
month of
yeah.
March.
When the new moon starts somewhere half of March. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it all depends on the year, right? The moon cycle to the month of March, but you're saying that the Ides of March,
What
uh,
what
that
is the
you're
what does the Ides mean? By the way, I couldn't find something in English. Do you know that?
I huh. No, good question. I don't, but let me just verify this with you. You're did you say in your text? I read it, and this is what I understood from it. The Ides of March are the days of March that begin after the full moon.
The new moon.
Oh, the new moon. The new moon of March
Yeah, yeah,
is when the Ides of March begin. Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna try right now to figure out what Ides mean. I'll be back in a couple minutes or something.
Okay.
Okay, so the first thing that comes to mind here is they say that, Julius Caesar was assassinated on March 15th, the Ides of March. But they say he was stabbed. They say he was stabbed 23 times, and the 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 spring equinox happens somewhere usually between the 21st and the 23rd of March. So the number 23 is kind of reminiscent of the spring equinox. It's the 23rd. It's the 21st through 23rd day of March. That's what I got for now, but I'm gonna keep on looking.
23. Isn't that the number right after 22?
Tell me another joke, comedian.
I'm just saying. I mean, 22 is my favorite number.
20 what?
22. I love 22.
Why? Two
I don't know. I just
twos?
always have since I was a kid. I think it's the way it rolls off the tongue, and I don't know. Half of it's 11. 1 plus 1 is 2. I mean, it's just a very nice
It's
number.
sexy. It is nice. But I don't know if you could help, but we were wondering why why the word Ides is used. Like, who came up with that word, and why is it called the Ides of March?
I think it's just a Greek word for like the middle of something.
What should I Google search to? My search didn't work out. It didn't teach me anything. What do you
I'll
think?
get
What
it.
do you
I'll get it
recommend?
for you.
So, dictionary Oxford definition thing says a day falling roughly in the middle of each month. Okay, so just each month. A day
There it
following
is.
roughly in the middle of each month,
Right.
parentheses, the 15th of March, May, July, October, and the 13th of other months. Okay, well, that's a little strange. From which other dates were calculated. Okay, so seems kind of like convoluted to a degree.
Well, okay. The Romans did not number each day of the month of a month from the first to the last day. Instead, they counter back from 3 fixed points of the month. The nuns, the 5th or 7th, 8 days before the Ides. The Ides, the 13th for most months, but the 15th in March, May, July, and October. And this is the number of days. And the calends, which means the first of the following month. So the way that they labeled their time periods is just, it's not just like 1,
Unfamiliar.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? They had names
Right.
for certain lengths of the month.
Yeah, it's a bit beyond me at this point. It seems like there's a very sort of convoluted system they had that I can't fully grasp at this point. You got Ides and what's that other one you said? The calends?
Yeah, that's the beginnings. And
Huh.
then the nuns,
The
NES,
nuns.
it's 5th or 7th.
And it is systematic to a degree, but it isn't like all based on I don't know. It doesn't seem to be strictly based on a set number of days where like, oh, the first 5 days are the nuns or the whatevers.
Okay.
There's
The
some wiggle
Ides,
room.
the Ides of March, Ides Marte, Marti. I don't know how to speak Latin, but the
Yeah, who does?
Latte Latin Ides Marti is the 74th day in the Roman calendar, corresponding to 15th of March. So that's more specific of why it's It's basically just Latin for the 15th of March.
But the word what I read said that Ides there's an Ides of every month, and sometimes it's the 15th, sometimes it's the 14th, and sometimes it's the 13th. Maybe what I read is bullshit. I don't know.
No,
It's what I
it
read,
says
though.
it says the 13th for most months, but the 15th for March, May, July, and October. And this
Why?
is just
Do you have any
because of the
clue
way the
why
Roman
those ones
calendar.
would be singled out like that?
Yeah, because of the way the Roman calendar was produced, like just how they have their calendar and the way they
Is
label things.
what kind of? I mean, I'm very well studied on like lunar and solar and lunisolar calendars,
Same.
but it sounds like they're doing something like outside of any of those options. Like something kind of strange. And I've heard things about this before, like they had a calendar that was like 300 and some days, and there was literally like 40 or 50 days that were considered like extra calendrical, just like unnamed days of the year, right? Which is
It appears that
it's such a foreign concept to me.
it appears that the way that they sort of like cared about their calendar was through certain religious and political observances. So,
So
yeah, I
seasonal,
mean,
right? Also like seasonal, I'd suspect. But not strictly like ours is, like summer, winter, fall, whatever, but I mean, what's going on with them? Like, I've really never understood. It's like, how can you have a 300-day calendar where you just have 55 days of the year, 65 days a year, whatever, that aren't like on your calendar? Like, how is that even possible? Like, they're way too intelligent to like not keep track of the days, because of course they were, like, of course they understood the cycle of the sun, of course they did. Like, I'm not going to believe anyone who tells me that the Roman Empire or the Roman civilization didn't understand the 365-day cycle of the sun. but for
it's
some
saying
reason their but for some reason their calendar isn't based on that kind of
no, it's
understanding.
lunar.
It's
The
based on
most
something else.
important would be the lunar cycle, and yeah, that's why it's not a
Well, I
solar
don't follow
cycle.
their well, I don't follow there either, because like the full moon cycle or the lunar cycle is 29 and a half days full moon wise, and like 27.3 days sidereal,
28, yeah,
which
basically.
well, I mean, 28's like an average between the two,
Yeah.
and it's a little one-sided at the same time. So, were they just this dumb, or were they making like
I mean,
just cuts for convenience sake? I really don't get their mindset.
I mean, I don't. I, it's not that they were dumb. It's just that certain things were important to them, and that's how it came out in the way they time kept. I mean,
You
important
understand
events are
the
good
full moons.
timekeeping sort of things. So I don't
What
know.
what are the two moon cycles called? There's the sidereal moon cycle, or the sidereal month, and then there's the what's the other month called?
I don't know that much about it.
Well, here's the thing, man. The moon will be in this, like, say you like make a little X on the ground for you to stand upon, right? And so every day you go and you stand on this stone or X marked on the ground right there. If you stand on that X 27.3 sun cycles later, the moon will be exactly in the same place as you saw it before. The moon's location, right? This is sidereal. The moon's sidereal movement is a 27.3 day cycle where the moon will be exactly where it was 27.3 days previously and 27.3 days afterwards. But um, that's not to say that the first time you stand and observe a full moon from that spot, 27.3 days, it'll be in the same spot, but it'll be at a different phase. So there's two cycles that the moon does. There's the sidereal cycle where it's in the same spot in the sky, but then there's the other cycle of 29 and a half days or 29.5 days where that's when full moons occur. And whoever involves this like 28-day cycle, that's just some sort of like average between the two. But of course, taking an average of two different cycles
Same.
will happen and it'll result in like your calendar being out of sync. You know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
mean, they're saying here that the lunar calendars or synodic months. Let's see, lunation. Okay, so they're saying
There it is.
so
Yeah, there
the
it is. Synodic.
s- so
Synodic versus sidereal. Yes.
so they're saying basically a lunar year is 354 days, 8 hours, 48 minutes, and 34 seconds, which is basically 11 to 12 days shorter than the solar year.
Is
Uh,
that 13 full moon cycles?
uh,
I'm pretty sure it is. So, every full moon cycle takes 27. Or I'm sorry, full moon cycles take 29 and a half days. So 12 full moon cycles, not just full moon appearances, but entire moon phase cycles, right? That is 354 days, which falls short of the solar calendar by 11 days. So the moon is always 11 days short of the sun per year. And that's going to grow and grow and like compound, you know? And that's why, you know, the lunar calendar and the solar calendar, they actually realign into their exact positions every 33 years, which may or may not be the whole basis of the Freemason worship of that number, but there's a lunar cycle and there's a solar cycle, and if you want them to line, if you want to observe the moon and the sun in their positions and come back and stand and look in the same direction, you're gonna have to wait 33 years for the same like celestial arrangement to happen between the two of them. It happens every 33 years. I have been told though, I have been told that because of the involvement of leap years as a sort of artificial means, the cycle has been adjusted as far as the calendar goes. If you're going to go by a solar calendar including leap years, then the 33 years has been replaced by a 19-year cycle, but it's sort of artificial. Like in reality, the sun and moon like calibrate themselves to their original positions every 33 years. But if you want to adopt the leap year, then it happens every 19 years. But I mean that's man-made, that's artificial, it's arbitrary, it's conventional. So I have less respect for that.
it looks like Islamic, Chinese, and Hindu calendars are lunar. And then
Yeah,
there's also
which says
lunisolar.
fuck the seasons. A lunar calendar says fuck the meaning of seasons, and a solar calendar says fuck the meaning of months. But both of them have to insult each other. If you're using a solar calendar divided into 12 sections and you're calling them months, then you say fuck the moon, fuck the actual meaning of a month as a month, right? Because a month is a month, right? But if you're going by a solar calendar of 365.242 days, then the moon will be out of alignment. And then if you're going by a 12 moon uh, lunar calendar cycle of 12 months, then what you're forced to do is say fuck the seasons, and you're going to be celebrating the 25th of December um, in a very hot environment. It's going to be summer eventually when you're celebrating Christmas, and so both of them are their faults, and that's just because the sun and the moon are not in agreement. This is the whole thing. You can't just pick a lunar calendar and you can't just pick a solar calendar. You have to be wise enough to understand both of them and design your holidays either on a 19 or 33-year cycle, depending on what you give a crap about. And the sky has given us a challenge as far as wanting holidays to be a specific day of the year, but also uh, what do you call it? Corport to a certain temperament or like season. Uh, it the reality has given us a very hard task to do that, which involves very serious math and flexibility and several adjustments made every several years. Is I'm sorry, I'm ranting, but it's just because I've been exposed to a few people on here or in different servers lately, thinking that they have this like biblical calendar that's so perfect and so thought out and so amazing, and it's all you need. And it's like, no, no. If you want holidays to be consistent with the moon, the sun, and the seasons, then that is a very delicate balance and a very uh, uh, involved uh, journey you're endeavoring on, which is going to involve all sorts of mathematics, all sorts of adaptations, because the sun, the moon, and the stars do not have any common denominator. They are all like transcendentally numerically related to each other. They barely, I mean, they come closest every 33 years, but not even exactly. It's really a miracle of God's design, if you want to put it that way. I like it. It's like the sky is one of the hardest things to the cycles of the lights in the sky is it's just, oh my God, it's impossible to tame. You cannot domesticate or tame the cycles of the sky. They're consistent, but they're like perfectly inconsistently perfectly. And there's no calendar system that can perfectly manage the behavior of the sun, the moon, and the stars. It's pretty much impossible, unless you're gonna live like 29,520 years or whatever. But no one's gonna do that. And all we want is consistency. But as far as the calendar systems anyone's been given, sorry, no, it's always gonna be inconsistent. There is no perfect day, week, second, minute, hour, year, month, consistent, wholesome cycle.
It's because none of those cycles are in equal time with the Earth's rotation.
Well, with each other. I mean, I wouldn't put it that way personally. But I understand what you're saying.
Put it any
Are
way
you
you want,
developer?
but like the Earth goes around in a particular time, and it goes around other things in particular times, and other things goes around us at a particular time, and none of them match in such a way that it's like a whole number. It's always
Right.
There's always some carryover or underage. So whatever. I'm just saying you
That
can't
that's exactly what I'm
divide it
saying.
evenly.
I'm so pleased that you are already understand this. You don't really meet many people that really get that point. They don't match in any whole number ratio, which is really difficult. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be convenient, right? That the like
Are you cooking
like
bacon
like
or are you peeing?
I'm being
Jesus Christ.
no,
Be a little more
sorry.
subtle.
Okay,
You
I'll
had
keep
a
that in
bit to
mind.
drink.
I mean, people pee. Well, I apologize. Didn't mean it for that to come
It
through.
doesn't bother me any. It might bother somebody else. Just saying.
Okay. Well, anyways, um,
I'm too old
yeah,
to be minded by some pee.
sure, yeah, we all do it.
Peace, man.
But yeah, I mean, it would be really nice. It would be really nice if the full moon or the moon cycle occurred. Well, let me start with this. It'd be really nice if the year was exactly 365 sunrises to sunrise, or solar cycles. That'd be wonderful. And it isn't, because it's like 365.242689513
It's basically a
whatever,
quarter
right?
of a day. Yep.
But basically 365 and a quarter, almost, but not exactly. And so fuck you, son, that you're not just going to be 365 period, not 365.25 or 24242 whatever. So that's already like what a jeez. But then if only the solar cycle is 365 even, and or 360 or something divisible by 12, where there's 12 moon cycles of 28 or 27, 29, whatever, I don't care, cycles within that time. But fuck, man, they just don't line up. They're always gonna exceed each other, or uh or overlap or underlap or whatever you want to call it. But man, it sure would have been nice if the sun and the moon had cycles that lined up with each other. But it turns out they'll never exactly line up with each other. Which, I don't know, doesn't that tell you something? I mean, you could take that the nihilistic, like Big Bang, random cause and effect sort of view, and I respect that. I would get if someone kind of say, it's but like it's not going to be perfectly aligned because it wasn't perfectly designed. But at the same time, I sort of see a perfection within the imperfection, where it's like if a god did design this world, he would make it
Falsifiable.
he would make it perfectly unfalsifiable, or perfectly unknowable.
Why wouldn't he make it perfect? I mean, it would be
Because then be
really
game over.
interesting if it was completely and utterly perfect, like down to the last fucking fraction of a second, right?
Wouldn't that be too easy though? Wouldn't that be too obvious?
No. What do you
No,
mean too
hold on.
obvious for what?
If the sun, the moon, and the stars all cycled in ways
mean-
that are perfectly divisible by each other, where there's no imperfections in their speeds or orbits or whatever or cycles, there would be no atheist, right? Like it'd just be too obvious. Like, oh wow, the
I wouldn't
sky
say
was
that necessarily.
designed. Well, hold on, man. What kind of worldview could anyone have if the sun, the moon, and the stars all, let's say, like and I'm talking about absolutely, right? For every four times the sun crosses overhead, the moon crosses exactly, with no like plus or minus, right? Exactly two times. And for every two times the moon passes, for every one time the sun passes, the stars pass exactly six times. And he'd say, okay, well, this sort of thing doesn't just happen. It'd be too obvious if they had like perfect relationships with each other. I
What
mean,
would be wrong with that? I don't know if
nothing
it
would
would
be
be
wrong with it. It'd
obvious.
just be
I
too
mean,
obvious.
it would certainly be head scratching, right? Like we would insist that there has to be a reason for this, correct?
Yeah, exactly. It'd be too obvious. We'd say there has to be
But
intelligent design, or divine, or ordains or
or it could just
commands or
be,
whatever.
or it could just be that there's so many of these things in existence that even rare things are possible.
No, but nothing in reality actually lines up that way. We'd look around and we'd say, okay, nothing perfectly fills any mold except for this.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Okay, so like circles don't exist, right?
Well, I mean, circles exist.
No, circles don't exist.
I'm sure they do.
No. See, circle has a definition,
Yeah.
and nothing in reality fits that definition.
Well, I mean, we have a definition for it, and then we have things that meet the definition, so therefore circles exist.
No. You sound like you're pretty calm. This sort of topic would usually like make a lot of people flip out. So you disagree with me, but I'll stay calm as long as you stay calm. I'm sorry that I'm jaded. Like nothing against you. I'm just jaded when I bring up this conversation. I am willing to spend the next couple of minutes defending this point, and I really expect to convince
I
you
don't care.
of my point.
Like honestly, I don't care if there are circles or not. There's a
Oh,
thing
but
that I
okay.
can see. Like if somebody points out something and says, "What is this?" I can say it's a circle. Like that's all I care about. Like if there's some sort of like theoreticalness, like infinite sides or whatever the point is that you're getting to that doesn't actually exist in reality, then yeah, maybe I can agree to that. But I mean, a circle is a fucking circle, and we know what a circle is. It's the fucking round thing that's equal, like
Yeah.
it has one radius.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
it.
all I'm saying. Um, I'm that was a really good breakdown of where things are heading, but I'm a little surprised that you can understand where things are heading without just agreeing to the point I made. It's like how do you know that how do you know about the good
Um,
direction I'm heading without also just agreeing with me?
because I don't necessarily agree with it. I mean, I agree with it, and I don't agree with it. And the way that I don't agree with it was the way that I explained it. Is like in everyday life, you know, a circle is a circle, right? I mean, it's a sort of semantic game to say that circles don't exist. Uh,
Well, I
It
wouldn't
doesn't
say it's
matter. It doesn't
semantic.
matter.
I'd say
We
it's
can use it.
just hold I would say it's holding language and understanding to its utmost degree of accuracy. Like if like technicality. And I guess
Right.
technicality and semantics have a lot in common, but I'm really not coming from a semantic direction. I'm coming from like a technically accurate direction. Like
Right.
technically,
Okay.
there is no such thing as a circle that could ever or ever has existed.
So if I was like a professor of geometry or like some other math related sort of degree, right? Like that I'm trying to teach trigonometry, calculus, whatever the fuck it is, right? Yeah, there are certain times where I would have to be precise, right? Like, but
But
if
you're not.
say I'm in high school geometry class, right?
Uh-huh.
I could be a teacher and not talk to you about the sort of theoretical nature of circles, right? And do all
Right.
the geometry that I need to and teach you things without that definition. So this is what I mean. There's a colloquial sort of sense in which we talk
Mm-hmm.
as normal human beings to normal human beings. Like, I want a soda. I don't have to like, contemplate what a soda is, right? Like, is this the thing with the
Right.
carbon dioxide? But like, what is the thing with the
Right.
nitrogen stuff in it? Like, is that really a soda or not? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, I don't have to
Colloquial.
reinvent the sandwich, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, but where does it get me to say that a circle doesn't actually exist? Well, it doesn't really do nothing for him. It doesn't describe anything. It doesn't give me any headway or like understanding of the world that's different than what I had
I
when
think it
I
does.
just was talking about the circles.
Well,
Oh, okay.
well,
Maybe I could agree with you, but you would have to point it out to me, and I would change my mind.
I mean, I think you. I don't think I'm gonna tell you anything you don't already understand. It seems like you're there, but I would say that you're like to keep that perspective in mind, and like the difference in our mindsets is like the exact like technical or literal manner in which I'm like speaking from or position I'm speaking from versus like the almost universally practical sense that you're coming from. It's like yeah, like uh you make a good point. There's like very seldom does any like time or conversation come up in your life where you're not just going to behave and speak practically with these words. You're gonna point to, you're gonna have a kid right in front of you, and you got like a circle on the like a TV screen and a square next to it and a triangle next to it, and you say point towards the circle, right? And he's gonna point towards the thing that looks like a circle, and you're not gonna say wrong, zoom in close enough and you're going to see that the line there's like a rigid straight lines that if you zoom into the line that looks like a circle, get close enough and it's actually not a circle. It was a trick question. Ha ha ha, I got you, little kid. I told you to point towards the circle and there is no circle in front of you. That's just a bunch of square pixels forming something that resembles a circle but can never truly be it. Yeah, I mean, there's like I said, the technical side, and then there's the pragmatic or like practical side. And there's usually no reason to abandon just being practical with one another. But I think the concept that you can understand when you're like, oh yeah, I guess no amount of, no arrangement of matter, no arrangement of material can ever form itself into the arrangement of a perfect circle is something to, depending on who's in the room, know your audience, is something that can lead to even greater topics of like philosophical conversation. It's not useful as far as like being a worker bee and like doing your job or getting things done, but the understanding that there's no such thing as a circle that actually exists, it is a very uh important understanding to have if you want to dive into some deeper, I don't know, fucking
Well,
philosophical conversations, but that's not for everyone.
I mean, I don't know because I'm ignorant of you know what I mean. I've never learned this stuff, but is there a theoretical circle that actually exists? So, in like
No,
some
there's
sort of
no there's no
math theory.
theoretical.
But I don't mean like actually existing like to our eyes, like physically. You know what I mean, like in the real
And
world, but
imagined.
as a concept, a
Yeah, yeah,
theoretical circle.
yeah.
There, there-
There's absolutely the the imagined idea or the concept of a circle that we all understand. It's just that there's no example of that for us to witness.
sure.
We all understand what it is. We'll just never see
Yeah.
it.
I mean, I
And
can imagine it in my mind.
absolutely, I would say so. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Sure.
You can witness it internally, but you'll never witness it externally,
Well,
which I
then,
think is the whole. Go ahead.
depending on your theory of truth, then it is true that a circle exists.
Well, it depends on your definition of existence, does it not?
Sure, that's what I mean.
Yeah, which is a whole nother conversation. But one of
That's
the
too
one
deep.
of the one of the ways that like this whole circle thing relates to, as far as like a circle versus the attempts that any material arrangement can try to resemble a circle to you. I think this correlates deeply to the whole like Plato's cave story, where the people in the cave are only seeing shadows of a thing that really exists. There's something standing in front of a fire behind them, and it's casting a shadow on the wall. And the whole idea is that the thing that's casting the shadow
You don't have to.
is
Yeah, you really
what's
don't
that?
have to run through the allegory of the cave. Yeah, that's.
Well, I was
I,
just
I
gonna say
get
the
it.
there I was just gonna say like there
I
is
don't think
this
it's.
circle in front of a fire, and all you'll ever see is the shadow of the circle that's casting the shadow.
Uh,
I'm not saying this is any sort of
I
grand
think I know what you're
idea.
saying. I think maybe the
Yeah.
story allegory of the cave. Maybe it might be something that you enjoy, and that it sort of seemed analogous, but it might not be the best analogy.
Oh, I think it's perfect actually.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to it.
Fair enough.
I understood what you meant, so it was good enough.
Yeah, fair enough. What's on your mind now? What have you been pondering lately?
Do I have a mind? I don't remember.
Wh- what have you been pondering lately? Any
Uh,
questions that you want answers to?
mm, yeah, I mean, the only thing that's ever really interested me on a sort of philosophical or like any kind of deep discussion topic would be like people's own perceptions, like their own perceptions of the world around them and how they came to that. So, like,
We all
how
got
they
one,
how they
right?
view reality, right? Like, it's interesting to me that like very similar people in very similar circumstances can have very different views on certain things, and that you know or what they consider to be real or true. Uh, it's always interesting to me. Uh,
What's
it,
what's like a real like pertinent
like
like example maybe that you've experienced in your own life compared to like your like mother, your brother, or like a friend of yours where it's like you can't see eye to eye
let's
on
just
this.
do something like broad based, like when somebody
Yeah.
says like my truth. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? There's two senses that I hear the word. Like one's the sort of like you know my truth, meaning like my story, like how I like the things that I've experienced in my life, and like how I see the world is true that way, right? Like you know what I mean? Like I grew up with this, and I did this, and this happened to me, and all that's true, right? That's my story, like my
Yeah.
truth. And then there's this other,
I kind of hate when people say that, by the way.
yeah, and then there's this other sense of my truth that sort of like more relates to like what is actually true, like a sort of like
Well,
objective
that's the
truth.
truth, right? In my
Well,
opinion, that's
well,
the truth.
I call it objective, right? Like the objective truth or
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
reality, what
Subjective
actually
versus
exists,
objective.
like what actually exists and what my perception is, like
Uh-huh.
are different things a lot of the times.
That's
So
what I call the truth. Like I don't like you'll never catch me saying like my truth because I think kind of like I want to throw
yeah,
up kind
dumb,
of
right?
when I say that.
Throw up a little bit in my mouth every time I hear it, right?
Yeah, yeah, I kind of throw up a little when I like
Because
to me to me there's and not to say that I don't have two different versions of truth, but I definitely never subject it to that level where it's like each person has their own truth. Like no, like as far as the practical like universal like definition that I use, which is the only one I use usually, is like the truth is that which is, and then you're gonna have your interpretation of it, but I don't ever consider someone's interpretation of the truth their own truth. I just consider it their perception and like what
yeah,
they
it's
gathered from the truth. The truth is
I call it
the fucking truth. There's only
I,
one.
I I call it their worldview or their life story, right? Like it's not their truth. What the fuck does that mean? That like you mix that word in, and it just fucking muddies the water right away. Fuck that shit. Like the
Yeah, fuck
truth
that shit.
is something that we're talking about is as it corresponds to reality, right? Like not like my perception of something, right, doesn't make it true.
Right.
It's like, okay, it's true that I perceive things that way, if that's what you mean. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about some sort of objective, tangible reality, right? Like the
Right.
you know, like I like to talk about like the tautologies of definitions, right? Like if I define something, that is what it is, right? Like A equals A.
Yeah.
This is a truth, right? Like
A is A. Perfect.
right. These laws of logic are very easy, right? Like we see them in the world. They exist in that sense. It's objective.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. I think that is something to really ground yourself upon, that y'all, like, everyone needs to recognize that, like, their information, as far as sensory information, and I will just say real quick, I do think people have a source of wisdom that they can draw upon other than their senses. That's a whole nother conversation.
Intuition.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, intuition's a good word for it. Totally. Absolutely. Yeah, totally.
In philosophy, that's what it would be called. It would be your intuition.
Yeah, and I just say, like, the only reason I, like, stuttered and, like, made a big deal about it is just because I think that there's multiple definitions that people in this room use to define the word intuition, but I think you and I are on the same page. Um, it just carries baggage, but um, on the other side, um, it's like you might have glaucoma, you might have a stigmatism, you might be blind in one eye, or whatever, or you might have a mental
How did you
illness, or
know?
you
I'm
might
just
be
kidding.
on, or yeah, but you might be on hallucinogens or whatever. So
Not today.
what you see isn't necessarily what is. And I have a real big issue with whenever someone says just plain straightforward, perception is reality, you know like nothing
No.
nothing angers me more than when someone says perception is reality. It's like,
Yeah, that's terrible.
no.
That's a terrible thing to say.
Yeah, it angers me a lot.
Although, in a sense, I mean, you always have to have this caveat. Always, like when you talk about these things,
Yeah.
there's these two different worlds that you have to kind of fight all the time. Like, and it gets equivocated a lot. I think that's where a lot of these conversations like start falling into like disarray, and it's like easy to start equivocating things.
It's one-sidedness. It's just someone picking a side and not, like, realizing the sort of dual nature of reality, where there's the
Right.
perceivee, and I might have coined that word myself here. I don't know, but there's the perceiver. We all know there's the perceiver, but then there's the perceivee. But then there's also, like, the rainbow bridge connection between the two, and things can get lost in translation. And so the perception of the perceiver doesn't necessarily have to be an accurate representation of the perceivee, that which is perceived. And sorry, it is time for dinner, so I gotta back out, like, immediately. But
Not
I'll
a
see you
problem.
later or next time.
Enjoy. Lots of love to you, my friend.
Did I just hear the end of the great monologue?
I think that was a duologue.
Oh, cool.
There was two people involved, so it's usually a conversation at least.
I was just teasing you guys. I seen Geo commented in the text and said, "Fundamental bro, please don't monologue. It makes it near impossible for anyone else to join the convo." But I wasn't here then, so I just got here.
Oh, that must have been some time ago. I don't know. Nobody's been trying to get in, as far as I know.
It was 19 minutes ago.
I don't know how long we've been talking. Probably about that much.
Well, I for one can't wait for spring.
Amen, brother. I certainly do love me some warmer weather. Yeah, it's really just about the warm. I don't care about the season per se, just the temperature. The temperature is what I
You know, doesn't it
like.
doesn't it though make you so cheery when all the blossoms come out and the bees are buzzing?
Yeah, it used to be better when I didn't have these eye allergies that I get.
Oh yeah, that makes it hard.
As I gotten older, my allergies have. I didn't have allergies until I'm just about 40. And now, as the years go on, the allergies seem worse and worse. But
Uh,
they're not that bad. I don't mean to like dismantle it completely. Yes, I do indeed love the blossoming trees and flowers.
They do bring pollen though, don't they?
Indeed.
When you look at pollen under a microscope, you kind of realize why your body hates it. They're like these little
It's that
sticker
stuff.
bombs. Well, no, it's not even just that. Just if you look at them, they're usually like these little, like spiky ball. Like they look just like
Yeah.
little throwing spiky balls or something.
Yep. Definitely something your body doesn't like. Get this foreign matter out of my body.
Yeah, it's like, hey, this is the wrong species, says your body. This isn't supposed to work.
What the hell are you doing, humping flowers? This is all wrong.
No, you got it backwards. It's the flowers that's after you.
Yeah, that's true. The other way around. I got the leapfrog on the leapfrogged.
Yeah.
That was pretty interesting. Like, I've had that conversation like a million times before, but like it was nice to have it with somebody in here. Like, that was nice. I liked it. So very like a good mutual sort of conversation, a back and forth where
Yeah.
we had some small disagreement, but we worked through, agreed in the end. It was nice. I like it.
Indeed, sir.
Very rare to have those kinds of things. Normally, I just end up shouting and calling people idiots.
Isn't it interesting how someone can like, if they're treated with respect, they'll be totally kind and have a great conversation. But the minute any little, condescending or name calling or whatever happens, it just like totally changes the vibe, and it just can go south quickly. But it's interesting how like it's like a fine line, I guess, between the chill mode
Yeah.
and the chaotic mode.
I mean, if you can keep from doing it, like, and stay in that nice little Zen mode, yeah, works out that way, Geo. And like, I am terrible at it, I will say, most of the time. Some days I'm a little better than others, but like, most of the time we get on here, I've had a hard day at work. I've been doing chores. I got people telling me to do shit, and I got other shit that I'm thinking about for the next day. So like, I'm kind of grumpy. You know what I mean? So like, my patience is very low. So that's why, and like I am guilty of it a lot. Like, I'll be good to go for like for a little while, but like when the stupid just keeps coming and coming and coming at you, like, yeah, I was, man, really? God, you're just an idiot. I know, I'm terrible. Bad me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in my mind, if I don't agree with something someone says, I don't really have a need to like call them stupid or think they're stupid. I can just pass on the info, you know? Like if it doesn't resonate, I can just move along from it. Doesn't seem like if they think it or they're in that mode, it's not gonna, in my mind, I just feel like it's not gonna help if I try to put it down or, you know, that kind of thing. Although, I mean, I could share my viewpoint, and if I disagree or think differently or whatever, even if they are incorrect about something, I think that approach is more likely that they'll at least see my perspective and be able to reflect on it.
Yeah.
You know, and potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I try to give some caveats. I mean, when I was younger and smoked a lot more weed and had a lot less responsibility, I had a much larger patience well. So I was much like that, actually. I was a lot of people came to me and talked to me because I was always the guy to come to because I was a very good listener. But as I'm like almost 50 years old and I lead a very stressful, busy life, you know, a lot of things that I care about. My patience has just run out for that kind of stupid shit. In a way, I kind of like it. No, well, like I said, I try to be good. Like I really do. Like I start out calm, trying to get my point across, but for some reason, I always end up getting triggered.
Yeah, it can sometimes depend if like if someone throws up the first punch, you know. It's kind of like that in real life. I mean with like fighting or whatever, you know, if you're at a bar and you're just being chill, likely no one's going to fight you, but if you start throwing insults or whatever, someone might punch you in the face, or if you go up to someone else and you punch them, they're going to punch you back, you know. So it is kind of like seems to be the case that like whoever throws the first either insult or physical punch or whatever, it's it's usually when it goes that direction. Pretty much every fight or every conflict probably started with someone throwing the first punch.
I mean, you've been in this, you know, room here doing this kind of stuff for a while, and maybe even before this, right? But like, you can see like a lot of the times a conversation is you get what you give and you give what you get. Like, and I think that if everybody, both sides, can maintain some sort of like reasonable calmness, you know, and not throw those punches, right? Then the conversation stays that way. But as soon as somebody, like you said, as soon as somebody throws that insult or, you know, that condescending sort of tone or something, you know what I mean? Then the walls come up, or like, you know, the dukes come up, you know, one of the two, right? And then it's hard to have the conversation then in a reasonable, dignified fashion. It comes to fisticuffs.
Yeah, dude, I've seen it happen literally a million times. Yeah, there's times where like we'll be in a really good convo, you know, just exploring thoughts, all that good stuff, just really good. And then it's like somebody new will come in, and like you said, maybe they're not having a good day or whatever it may be, and it's like they're kind of going with the good vibes, but then someone just like you said, just a little condescending, a little, you know, belittling, whatever it is, and then it's like the other person doesn't even respond, you know, right away. They kind of just let it boil, you know, and then it kind of cooks a little bit, and then maybe they do it a little more, then it boils, and then in my mind I'm thinking, oh, dude, this is about to go south, you know, like I could tell even though the person didn't react to the condescending, belittling thing, it's still boiling in them. And then, lo and behold, a few minutes later, that other person finally, you know what I mean, breaks, and then it's all out shit show or goes that direction. And it kind of ruins the good combo we were having. That's the part of it that's kind of unfortunate, is that it's like it was a great combo before that happened. Then we either have to just let it be a shit show and listen to that, or jump in to moderate, which it's not really my nature to moderate other grown adults. You know what I mean? I'm not into policemen or being a police or doing any of that. Like, I'm much more of a live and let live kind of person. So I don't even like having to do that or whatever, but it's sort of like the only option. Otherwise, it's just going to be a shit show.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't like moderating people either. I've tried it a few times. It's harder than it would seem sometimes, because you don't want to constantly be heavy on it. You know what I mean? All the time, because like there is a way to keep the conversations like reasonable all the time, but like then nobody wants to be in your room. You know, because you end up kicking people out or like muting them all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so you kind of let the children play sometimes and let them go. And you know what I mean? And only sort of come in on the extremes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think being excessively strict doesn't really make sense. But at the same time, I think some people might say they'd want it to be more strict because, like one or two individuals can really kind of throw the conversation. But
like, you know, a Johnny or a Pete or something like that can really derail a room. But like at the same time, you know, you want to have a chance to sort of like do what they're doing, right? Or they don't, you know what I mean? You got to have some play in the room.
Yeah, have it be organic. Yeah, exactly. Have some organic qualities to it all. But I mean, when you think about it, dude, like there's a lot of environments that don't have any of that kind of stuff, you know? Like I just think of, like podcasts or different shows, things like that, don't really have any of that. Like whether they moderate for it or maybe they just have the 30-second delay, so they just don't let that stuff even get on the air.
Yeah, I mean, probably some of that happens, but I mean, a lot of like podcasts and shit. I mean, they're recorded. I mean, the live ones, you know, yeah. If it's too bad, they just cut you off. They're like, okay, that's enough of that.
I mean, what is it about the shape of the earth that triggers all these emotions? I bet if we were in here talking about, knitting or something, I don't think it would quite be like this. It's like we all experience the world as a stationary surface. Now, the globe belief is what it is or whatever, but what is it about this the topic of the earth that activates people so much, do you think?
I think it's kind of like that for me. Is like I said, it's unusual to me to see certain people's thought processes and like what they find to be true in reality and like how they come to these conclusions. Like, so like it's the reason why it's sort of emotional to me, because it's kind of annoying to sort of say like, off in the distance I see a circle, and then you'd be like, yeah, that's a circle. Of course it's a circle. It's just a fucking circle. Okay, well, if at closer inspection I can see actually it was like 30 triangles tightly wound and it looked like a circle from a distance, right? Like, but if I didn't investigate that, I would have never known they were triangles. I would have went through my whole life thinking that was a fucking circle. And this is the kind of way I see people with, and I don't even have to use flat earth as an example, but like I see this sort of type of thinking going on all the time. And it's this sort of surface level, not deep thinking, people that don't want to explore, people that would rather be willfully ignorant or believe what they want to believe. It's uncuriousness that really irks me. It's not the specifics of the flat earthers. I mean, it's just, it's sort of like the big thing, right? Because if you're even just a little bit curious, you can find out that the earth is a fucking globe really fucking quick if you want to. Like, and that's the annoying part, right? Like, because the people that continue to believe flat earth, are either the people that are completely and utterly incurious or incapable of learning, or they want to believe this for some other reason, like I don't know, religious belief, or I don't know, just to be annoying. I don't know what their fucking reason is, but like it's stupid to me. Like it's so grating and annoying. The
I mean,
willful ignorance.
have you, just as a general thought, this is not in any way meant to throw a punch or being attacked, but have you ever considered that those possibly could be projections from your own mindset? Because I don't feel those things you just said within myself. So I'm just wondering, like, I don't have any of those within myself. At least I didn't resonate with any of the way you mentioned it. So is it possible that those could be, like, you could be angry about a projected feeling within yourself that might have to do more with yourself than it does someone else thinking the earth is something different than you?
I mean, as a skeptic, I'm a skeptic, right? Like I'm open to all ideas. So like at any time that I feel like I'm right, especially when I feel like I'm right more often than not, I take that moment to say, why is that? Like because I'm just I'm just a human. I'm not particularly smart or clever. So why do I feel like I'm right about this so deeply, right? And so then those are triggers for me to like inspect my own belief, right? Like, why am I so adamant about this? Why can't I accept this other sort of like perspective? And most of the time, it's because you know, an idea, like certain ideas to me, right? I could believe just about anything about them because I know nothing about it. Like I don't even know a basis for how I would get to know it, right? Like I know so little about it that I have absolutely no opinion about it. And then there's other things that I know much better than that. But I don't know a lot, right? Like I know a good bit, but not a lot. But like say guitar, for instance, I've been playing the guitar for 35 fucking years. So there's a lot of fucking things that I know about playing the guitar and lots of other aspects about the fucking guitar. Right? Like so like if somebody were to try and tell me that the guitar strings don't actually vibrate making the fucking sound, that they're actually some sort of like spirit extra dimensional spirits that fucking go into your ear and make your brain fucking hear the tone of that, I would know that they're full of fucking shit, right? And I would be adamant about that. There would be literally almost no evidence that you could give me to tell me that I don't know how the fucking guitar works, right? Like you would have to give me some overwhelming evidence to show me that I'm completely and utterly wrong in my thinking and understanding about this fucking thing that I've been working with for 35 years. Like, so I don't, I know that's a long way of going about it, but like there's certain things that you fucking know. And when somebody tells you that it's not that way, you know damn well they're full of fucking shit. There's got to be something that you know that that's true.
So you think the globe is one of those things? Like, even though most of the
Absolutely.
information is coming from like third-party sources that you can't fully
No.
verify, the Earth is experientially a stationary planar surface. You think the globe is that like dead shut of a case in your
But
mind?
to me, right, this is what I was talking about. You're looking at you're looking at the circle that's actually triangles and not exploring the fact that they're triangles.
Could it be the
I
other
don't
way around? Could that be a
Sure,
projection, possibly?
absolutely. Well, that absolutely it could be. Go explore it. Find out for yourself. Don't just assume something.
I think people in general that came from the globe belief to a stationary planar type Earth belief, viewpoint cosmology, felt like they had to look deeper, and much, much deeper beyond just what was presented by, NASA or these different information
But
to uncover that information. Like, so it for many people, it came after, lots and lots of arduous research, for some people months, even years, depending on, and going back and forth, or maybe having been, conflicted in some ways. So it's not generally a thing that people come to just sort of in the flash of an eye. Now, there may be some who could have had it that way, or maybe there is a religious backing with the Bible or something else, that it was a quicker thing in a sense. But I'm just saying, for the great majority of people, it was a process, like you were saying, of like seeing a circle and then having to, look deeper into it and figure out that it was something else, like that it was, like you were saying, much smaller little triangles, or that kind of an analogy or idea, that it came at the end of that rather than just some sort of a random,
Okay, and so this is where my curiosity comes in, right? Like, it's not about the specific facts. It's about how people reason. It's about what people think is conclusive to them, what is convincing to them. When somebody says research, right? Like, certain people say that they do this, this, and this, and other people say that's not freaking research. It's this, this, and this, right? And like,
yeah,
and then
that
also,
too, yeah. When people
yeah,
say
and then,
look into it, it's like, well, what does look into it mean? Does it mean they're going to find the same thing you find? When people say look into it, doesn't mean they're going to come to the same conclusion you did. Some people look into it and get stronger in their globe belief. So yeah, it is interesting.
right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like we could find different things that tell us things, and it might seem very credible to us and convince us quite deeply that this is correct. However, the if they find out more information that contradicts that, like, to me, I'm like not dead set, right? Like, I'm not going to just dig my heels in just to dig my heels in. Like, yeah, I might be very skeptical and be like, well, I'm sorry, that sounds a little fishy to me. Can you give me something else? Like, what, or something else that I could do? Or, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't necessarily just like outright say no to something, right? Just because it sounds odd to you, or like not correct, or contradicts something that you think you already know. But at the same time, like, when you do that, like, if you are going through your life with this process, and your sort of checks and balances, and you can see in your own life how you go about it, like, if you were to do a job, right? Like, there's a wrong and there's like a more efficient way and a less efficient way to do something on your job, right? Like, and like, as you go through time and you learn different, more efficient ways, right? Like, you can still explore the old ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go back and be like, well, maybe I made a misstep on this one, and it's actually quicker to do it this way. Why did I decide to do it this way instead of this way? Well, go and explore that. You constantly got to be reevaluating and readjusting. Like, hang a question mark on things long believed, right? Like, you have to do that all the time. And if you're doing that, then the reality that you're building in your head should be the closest to what the objective true reality is. And if you're not doing that, then you have to question yourself and, like, really, do I really have the truth? Because, like, I haven't really been doing a very good job at being skeptical about things, and I've just sort of accepted things as I go. Like,
David,
why do I believe
I like
this?
the way you describe that. I have a question. Could you give us an example of, like, what's one of the biggest changes that you yourself have, like, changed your mind about?
Well, it's weird though, because it's lots of little things along the way. Because
But not
I've
all at
always
once,
had,
like you came
because
to.
well, I'm trying to think if there's like any kind of like revelatory thing that's like, that would be like a large thing in your mind. Like, I don't think that there really is. I think there's many, many small things that have happened over time. So, like, for instance, a coffee, well, washing coffee pots. I drink a lot of coffee. I was a barista when I was young. And, like, we basically just rinsed it out a lot of the time, and that seemed to be fine. And, once in a while we would wash them a little better with, like, salt or something like that to get the brown out of it. But, like, later on I realized that, like, bacteria are like the environment of coffee. Because it's warm, and, like, when you build a certain biofilm on your things from people picking it up and just the organic nature of the coffee residue, eventually you have, like, yummy bacteria that are growing in the coffee pots. So, like, I didn't know this. I know it sounds really stupid, but like, this is one of the things. Now I fucking wash my coffee pots. Like, I don't just let them sit and fucking, rinse out and fucking use it again, right? This is something I learned.
Wouldn't the boiling water of the next batch kill everybody though?
No, it really doesn't, because, like, it's like a drip coffee, right? The temperature never really gets above like maybe 175, 185, the liquid, and on the bottom of the
Right.
pot, and
So
on the bottom of the pot. But like the thing around the mouth where the coffee's dripping, and the like filter thing and everything else around it, right, never really sees that. And like, really, 165 is hot for bacteria and stuff to live in, but like, it's not that bad, right? And it can, if you don't ever clean it, you got shit there. You can get sick
I'm
off
not
it.
a coffee drinker. I wouldn't know.
Well, I mean, like I say, like, this is just a small little thing, right? Like, but like, if like, when somebody told me that, I was like, whatever. I've been doing this for fucking how many fucking years? I was a barista. Like, whatever. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, but like, if I didn't look into it, right, I would just go on believing it. But like, I believe our sort of view of reality is like a large web, right? And like, the closer we get to the center, the more it's supported by many other things, right? And like, cutting the outside edges isn't such a big deal, but like, cutting the insides is a big deal, because you have to cut through all the outside to get to it, right? So you got to cut out a fuck ton of beliefs and understanding to get to this sort of things you've been working on your whole life. But it doesn't mean it can't be changed. Just have to be willing to do it.
But do you have an example related to your own life, like philosophically or worldview, or like something big that you changed your perspective on, something that maybe even differs from the way you were brought up or even the mainstream perspective or anything like that?
Other than religious belief, no, I really don't have anything that huge. I mean, the biggest worldview change that I had was this thing that we're talking about, was that I thought that just certain people were stupid, like when they didn't believe something or whatever, or like they just were ignorant of the facts, right? And that if I just gave them the facts, that they would change their mind. But like, this isn't how people work at all. Like, I could give you a billion facts, and they could be supported by the most brilliant fucking thing ever, but like, you wouldn't necessarily believe it just because I gave you facts, if it went against your own worldview, right? Like, things that you already believe, these sort of core ideas in your web. If they contradicted them, you would reject it, no matter how good the facts were, how supported they were. And
You
I don't
said
know why
other
that
than
is. I don't know why that is, because that's not how I work, right? Like, if somebody gives me facts, I don't care how far deeply in I have to cut. Now, I might resist the further in you cut more and more, but it doesn't mean I won't change my mind if shown good evidence.
you said other than religious, but I would define that as a pretty big worldview change.
What's that?
You said other than religious, but I would say religious changes or changes in your
It wasn't that big for me, because as a child, I sort of just accepted it because I was ignorant. You know what I mean? I just didn't have enough experience and knowledge to sort of like know what was going on.
you
And
hadn't thought
once
it
I
through.
sort of, well, yeah, like once I was able to, I reached a sort of age of reason and sort of thought through it. It didn't take me long, maybe 15, 16, before I was like, well, this is fucking bullshit. I'm done with this.
Had you ever considered any philosophical or rational arguments on both sides of that issue, or
Yeah,
what was?
like for the past 30 years, yes, I've considered all of them, and
Okay.
still do continuously.
Good for you, because I think some people just sort of make those big changes without being very thoughtful about it.
I don't do anything without thinking about it. except instincts.
So if I was to guess or kind of infer from what you're describing, were you brought up either Catholic or Christian or something to that sort, and then you transitioned to a agnostic or atheist viewpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I was Lutheran as a child. My great grandmother always took me to church when Papa too, but like, I reached a certain point and I sort of like had a conversation with my grandma. I was like, Grandma, like, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but like, I don't want to go to church anymore. And she like was like, what do you mean you don't want to go to church anymore? She's like, is it too boring or something or whatever? I'm like, no, it's not about being boring or whatever. I was like, I just don't believe it. Like, I don't, it's weird, like, because I think it's not true. And people believe things that aren't true, basically, is what I told her. And I was trying to, like, keep it not from her to hurt her feelings or whatever, but, like, it was like, Grandma, it's not true. Like, I don't believe it. The look in her face was fucking stunned to me to this day. And it's been, I mean, she's been dead for 30 years. But, like, I couldn't help it. I was like, I can't, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't true. But I mean, that I was just atheist, you know what I mean? Like, from that point on, I knew that there was no God. There's no such thing as a God. There's no spirits. There's no supernatural. All this stuff is just people bumping around in the dark, fucking fooling themselves. My opinion.
Oh, are you an old style atheist that asserts the non-existence of deities?
Yeah, no, I would be what I don't know, philosophers would call an atheist. I believe there are no gods.
There's been kind of a shift. A lot of atheists are now saying that they just don't know because
Yeah.
they don't want to make a statement to the
It's-
non-existence of something.
Yeah, it's really an agnostic position, but they would say that they're a soft atheist or agnostic atheist, and it's just a sort of caveat to say that, like, I'm not absolutely saying that there are no gods. It's just I don't believe in any, which to me is agnostic because you're saying you don't know. I mean, that you're in between. You're not a theist because you don't believe there is a god. And you're not an atheist because you don't believe there isn't.
Yeah, because the key thing about atheism is that people claim there is not a god or any gods. Like, atheism makes the claim there are none, whereas agnostic could be, well, I don't know, or there could be, or I don't believe in one, but other people, et cetera. So yeah, it's much more.
They're stuck in a position they can't say they believe or disbelieve. They're stuck in the middle somehow. That's a wrong way of saying it, like philosophically, but colloquially, I think it works just fine. I mean, you're just stuck there. You have no belief. It's not something you have enough information to like make a good decision on. So you're not a theist and you're not an atheist. But I'm an atheist. I don't believe there's any gods. I don't have shit. There's no evidence to show that there would be one.
Yeah, see, it's just so interesting because you were saying before, how do people come to their perspectives on things? There's so many people that would say that there's endless evidence. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. Same with like shape of the earth thing. It's some, there's claims of evidences on both sides, and there's both sides where someone will say there's no evidence for a globe, and someone else will say there's no evidence for a flat earth, and it's sort of like, meanwhile, they both think there's a bunch of evidence for their own perspective. So it's like, wow, what a varying situation there.
Well, I mean, like, there's positive claims and then there's negative claims. So, like, I can give you positive claims about the Earth being a globe, right? And then I would give you evidence supporting that. And then the flat earthers are sort of stuck in that agnostic position where they're like, oh, well, I just don't believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, the day of my
Sorry,
father's
my
the day of,
dogs bother me to go out. I apologize to go cut out like that, but I have to go.
that's all right.
All right.
Geo will probably like to listen, but
Have a
like
good one, Damon.
the,
Yeah, cheers.
the day of my father's funeral, we have this big like a fence around our property covered in beautiful flowers, and they're just lush all the time. The day of his funeral, they were wilted and they looked like they were totally dead for the entire day. And if that's not interaction between the spirit world and the physical world, I don't know what is. And the very the very next day, they were back to life again as normal.
Sorry about your
That's
loss.
interesting.
Hey, I agree with you what you said though, Gio. I don't remember what you said now, but I remember I agreed with it. Oh yeah, no, yeah. What you said about how weird it is. Both sides. You both sort of in the same boat. Like we both think the other person is wrong. We think that we're certainly the right ones, right?
Well, I personally don't make any claims that I don't have any desire to like tell someone they're wrong. Like it's really up to them to come to their own conclusions. But yeah, I have my perspective on what I think is correct and incorrect. But I'm just saying I don't have any desire to have to tell someone, hey, you're wrong and this is why, in that way. But yeah, I mean, I think I know where you were saying. You're talking about with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. Like you said, like both sides will claim that they have the evidence, and the other side doesn't have any evidence. I don't know. You can say it the way you said it again, but I always try to put that idea in people's heads that like because I asked Jem one day and I asked Jace the other day, and I just said like you have to imagine if our convictions are strong as they are, like I know as strong as Matthew's convictions are, and carnivores and any other globers in here, like we're not really. It's not like a two-way. It's not like it's like a almost this one, but we're tipped over to the globe. It's like we're almost certain it's a globe, and you guys are almost the exact same way, where you're almost certain that it's not, and you're certain that we're wrong. So it's just like either of us could be like it. We both can't be right. You know what I mean? We both can't be certainly right. So it's just weird to think that like, what if you guys were the ones who were right? Right? Like you guys. We think the same thing about each other almost. You know what I mean? Like we think that fundamentally the other side is wrong. So it'd just be weird if
Yeah, but Kosho, we don't have any claims that you can say are fake. So you have a lot of claims that we can point out all the problems with, but we don't have any claims that you can do that with.
if you say so. I'm not going to name names, but there's a dude in here who doesn't believe in dinosaurs, but he does think that dragons roam the earth. There's that guy. There's the guy who thinks that JFK didn't die, but became Jimmy Carter, who's still alive. So those are claims.
Yeah, but when we're talking about the shape of the Earth and all the evidence for it, you've got a lot of evidence that we can pick holes in and say, well, that seems to be fake or CGI, but we don't have any claims that you can do that with regarding the flat Earth, because it just is how it seems, flat and stationary.
And there's a dome, and
no, that's just someone's idea. There's no evidence for a dome. No one's actually made an assertive claim that there's definitely a dome, but everyone is saying that it's stationary and flat.
And you say there's no evidence that suggests to the contrary?
There's all the evidence for it being stationary and flat.
But is there not also some evidence that maybe counters that and kind of causes you to kind of wonder which way it is?
There's probably just one rung on a ladder below the definition of evidence for it being a globe. It's not exactly right there. It's not 100% because there are so many anomalies and so many things that we can pick holes in. For example, the CGI shit that they show us in space, which doesn't exist. We don't have CGI flat Earth.
Wait, how does that follow? You said that you just said that our evidence is one rung below, or it's not really evidence. It's one rung below evidence, and the example was the CGI from NASA. We're talking about the evidence that that it is a globe, like the measurements, all that kind of stuff.
Well, with all observations, it's stationary and flat, and you're trying to say that it's not stationary and flat, and you're coming up with all sorts of ad hoc definitions for your measurements, which are all under lots of assumptions.
Do you have an example of an ad hoc definition for measurements based on it being a globe?
Yeah, well, for example, no one else actually got out there with a measuring tool and measured the radius of the Earth. It's all done by calculations and assumptions.
Yeah. None of that's ad hoc. It's just like if somebody asks somebody to define or measure the radius of an orange or basketball or whatever. It wouldn't be an ad hoc description to then indirectly measure the radius.
That's because you can get a tool to do that because it's within the bounds and the ability of the tangible object that you're able to manipulate. But because the Earth is so large and big and our tools do not have that precise ability to measure without having to do angle calculations, especially with the distances that you have to go over, you need to include all sorts of things like refraction and perspective is it's not really something that is an exact science.
Yeah, well, I like GPS as far as measurements go. You can measure positions and all sorts of stuff. You don't need any tools.
Yeah, but that one's hugely problematic, dude. You're depending on someone else's communication. You're depending on all this data you can't verify. I mean, that one's just full of assumptions and it's not definitive at all. I was thinking with what Carlos was saying, like the word extrapolated was coming to my mind. Like a lot of the globe, quote unquote, evidences are like extrapolated ad hoc explanations that require belief and are not definitive. Like they require a certain level of kind of fudging and kind of calculation. And well, if you assume this, then it works. Well, if you assume that, then it works. And so you have to assume that thing. It's a break in logic.
Okay, well, with the GPS, is there any aspect of the GPS that you believe? Do you believe like the data that it gives you, or do you believe the directions?
Yeah, there's something about it that works. I'm driving right now. It's working pretty good. Yeah, so there's something about the system that is valid, or at least partially valid. Yeah, but I mean, is it giving you like 100% accurate data to measure the shape of the Earth from? Is that what you're suggesting it does?
I'd say it's more accurate. Almost anything else I could use, but regardless, that we can throw out all the assumptions about it that you disagree with. We can use only the assumptions about it that you would agree with, and I would still say that it's a tool that can get the job done, as far as measure the convexity of the Earth.
Okay, so would you personally? I'm not trying to necessarily get into a debate on it. I'm just saying, do you think GPS is a definitive 100% shut and closed case that the Earth is a sphere?
No, I don't mean GPS in itself. I mean it's a tool that can be used to come to that conclusion. Like there's measurements you can make using GPS Not the fact that it came from satellites, but just the fact that it's giving you positions that you can trust. Just that fact alone, it can be used to display the Earth's convexity.
Yeah. But has it occurred to you that the same people that are programming and managing the GPS are the same ones that would be lying that the Earth is not that the Earth's a globe? Like they'd be the same people?
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Seems like a
Although
conflict of.
the interesting part about that, though, is that a lot of GPS implementation code is actually open source. So we can all go get working GPS source code and we can actually see the mechanics of it, or, you know, the mathematical relationship, and we can see that it's actually working on signals that are coming with certain timings. And when you actually try to find a way that could be emulated for multiple receivers at the same time in multiple locations, it becomes basically impossible. I couldn't figure out how to make it work.
It is
So
true.
I think if one actually learned programming, learned the math that they used, and understood how the system worked, and then attempted to come up with a way to make something trick all the receivers without satellites where they say they are, I think it actually would be very strong evidence to that person that the satellites have to be where they say they are.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think there's a lot of things that you can't verify, like even the timestamp, the timing of it. Like if I sent you a file, you know, and it says it was created, like let's say I send you some music that I made or something, and the timestamp says, you know, February 2nd at 4:30 p.m. is when it was created. If I send it to you, it's going to then show up on your system that it was created at that time. Now, the reason is because let's say you have Microsoft Windows and I have Microsoft Windows, and the file, you know, was first tagged in Windows, and so it has the metadata that has that claim on it. You know, it's sort of cross verified in that way because we're both working on Windows. But that's not quite the way GPS works. So it's maybe more akin, like using that as an analogy, might be more akin to you have a different operating system and I have a different one. So when I send it to you, I can tell you any date that thing was created. I could change it to February 10th or February 15th with a different timestamp, and you don't have any way to know. You have no way to verify. All you're doing is receiving the signals. So there's just this missing big section of what you would need in order to know for sure whether that data is valid. But yeah, they've definitely made it work. I mean, these guys are not, I think they're kind of unintelligent in a lot of ways, actually, but they have kind of an evil cleverness to them, and sort of an evil, like sort of an evil mastermind. That's the word I was looking for, like an evil mastermind quality. And they have, because of what they've done with the Federal Reserve and the money situation, they have enough money, like basically infinite money, to finance whatever they needed to get financed. So they can do, you know, they've been able to do what they need to do to pull it off. And I wouldn't necessarily expect that someone on the ground with a receiver is going to be able to figure out exactly how they're doing it.
So the difference between GPS and your analogy of networking is emails and networking and stuff is not a free space communications. There's intelligent switching devices all along the path. They say, okay, this packet of information is headed to this IP address, and it sends it only to the pipeline to that destination, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, if everyone was receiving everyone's data, that would just clog up the internet. With the satellite, it operates at a much simpler, much more basic level. It's like the old, remember the walkie-talkies we played with as kids. You transmit, everybody hears it. You know, everybody that's on that channel within range hears that transmission. You can't spoof the transmission to reach one person at one time and another person at another time, because it's the same transmission. So that's kind of where the analogy breaks down, and that's
How
where
do you know? How do you know it's the same transmission? See, that's the thing. You have no way to verify that. There could be multiple signals that are the same signal being sent to multiple areas, and you would not know that they're coming from different devices. That's the thing. See, that's the thing. You have to trust their system and their timestamp. You still have to trust, their kind of quote unquote operating system, if you want to call it that. But I know what you mean. The analogy I made is not directly correlative. It's not a directly correlative analogy. But yeah. So how can you verify that it actually is being sent from the same device and that it's the same signal?
Because you can measure the exact direction it's coming from, and if they tried to transmit two simultaneous signals on the same frequency, they would interfere with each other and create garbled. Like remember how you're trying to tune to an AM station, but you're like kind of between cities, so you're picking up two stations at once. It would totally scramble the data, and it wouldn't work for either of them. Furthermore, for that to work, they would basically have to have a high gain directional antenna pointing at each user on the ground, and the satellites would have to know where those users were in order to give them a time delayed signal that worked for their location. And they would have to be sent. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
They would have to be sending custom tailored messages to each individual receiver that was time delayed just right for that receiver. And the guy 100 feet over, he would have to get a different time delayed signal just for him that wasn't received at all by the guy 100 feet back. So it really does become a logistics nightmare, and it would be almost impossible from a forensics standpoint to pull that off. Not to mention that the satellites don't even know where the receivers are, because the receivers don't transmit. When you flip on your GPS receiver, they don't know where it is. They don't know where you are, so they can't custom tailor a delayed signal for you. So it does become forensically significant when you actually understand the system. Did I get that right, Kosho?
Yeah, I think you did. I mean, you made a good point. I was gonna make because I didn't even think about it the way you what you said about the what was it? What you originally said about the fact that it's the same signal. Like I was gonna say something similar to that, but I read that it would have to be delayed at different times. But yeah, the thing is you can verify that it's the exact same signal. So you could just literally just have multiple people and just share the signals that they're all getting from each other, and then you'll see you're getting the exact same signal, just at different starting points of that signal, basically, because it's going to cut off in the middle depending on when it was sent. And so, because what you said about Gio, what you said about the timestamp could be faked, that almost makes no sense, because that's if you were a person like Cordis, like he made one from scratch that could receive and interpret the signals, and if you were interpreting the signals and they gave you a fake timestamp or something, then it would render the whole thing useless, because that's what you're using to determine the distance from this wherever it says it is, and then to determine where you are. So it would just it doesn't make sense for them to send you a fake timestamp. It would just make the whole thing useless. Yeah, but I agree with what you said. I agree with what you said too, Jesse. I was just thinking about that. It's like faking timestamp thing. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. No, you can fake a timestamp in an email, and nobody knows. Nobody seriously knows. The receiver, they don't know when you actually sent it. They might know when it arrives, but there's always a delay between when it's sent and received. But when you're just on a common shared channel, and you key up your radio and say, "Hey, it's 12:45," everyone's going to hear 12:45. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually driving. I'm almost to my destination, so I was partly listening, but I was like navigating with my GPS. So
You son of a gun.
oh, baboom. But so yeah, I did hear what you guys said though, but I'm not really able to fully engage. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, for me to know really what the whole GPS system is doing, I would have to, you know, be behind the curtain, as it were, behind the scenes. I'd have to see what the exact equipment is and have that validated. I mean, I think satellites in space are so weakly supported in terms of in so many ways that they even exist in space the way that they do. I mean, there's endless problems in terms of that. I mean, there's no pictures of a satellite in space. Anyways, it's just so problematic. For the idea that the Earth is a sphere and we got all these satellites out there, there should be thousands of pictures of satellites and beaming at different parts of the globe, but we just get all these weird, like, cropped globe animation things. Anyways, so there's a lot of problems with even the idea of satellites. But my main point, without branching off totally into that, I'm just saying, and I do have to step away for a little bit, but I'll be back and I'll be listening and whatnot. But just to finish this, my thought here is just, for me to really know what's going on with GPS, I would have to, like get behind the curtain, like see exactly what that equipment is, how it's sending the signals, see all the computer systems that are running it, and be able to validate that part of it. So, and until we can do that, I don't think it's going to be definitive for anything. And the Earth cannot be a sphere, and they can be spoofing GPS in one way or another. And I don't think that's going to be a definitive solution to this whole scenario of the shape of the Earth.
Right, and it's not simply because it's too complex for most people to readily absorb or put out the effort to absorb it. I haven't exhaustively explored it, but I've peeked into it to get an idea of how it generally works. So I'm pretty confident that for anybody who actually delved deep into it, they would have to conclude that it could only work on a globe. But since it's complex, that really doesn't help most people.
Yeah, it definitely. There's no scenario in which it can only work on a globe when all you're doing is receiving signals from the ground. There's no scenario in which that deciphers anything, because there's multiple ways that it could be done on the other side of things. It would sort of like be if you're like I said behind the curtain. It'd be like if you're. It's maybe not the best analogy, but it's like if you're watching the play and you're like, oh, that guy shot that guy. There's no way. I heard the gunshot. The guy went down. I saw blood. There's no way. But it's like when you know what's going on behind the curtain. Oh yeah, it was a fake gun. And he had a little blood pouch, and the whole thing was fake. So I'm just saying with GPS, like I said, may not be the best analogy there, but with GPS, we can't verify the fundamental things that would be needed to verify to know that those things are in the position they're in and that the signals are all legitimately being broadcast in the way that they claim it is.
Well, I see a way in which you could determine the shape of the Earth just by receiving signals. Because those signals don't reach only you, it reach many different people. And if you can know the difference in time between when the signal is getting to you and to other people, you can then triangulate back where the source is. And once you know where the source is,
if you could filter out all the atmospheric and electron goo that's going on, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're saying that you can that all people would get the GPS signal at the same time?
No.
Well, then everyone's getting a different signal, so then how are you corroborating it?
Not a different signal. The same signal, different time.
Different time?
Yeah.
Which is essentially, signal is just active.
Never mind.
Like as it's being delivered? Okay. Never mind.
It's the same exact signal. The signal has a timestamp of when it was sent. It's the same exact signal. People just get it at different times.
Like the ones that
what I'm telling you is
JPL.
that the signal could be completely mysterious. You don't even have to know what's encoded there. If you have multiple, You have multiple people on the surface that can get that signal. You can triangulate or trilaterate back the source of the signal. And once you know where the source of the signal is, if you have more people on the surface, then you can do that for the position of the people on the surface instead of the position of the source, because you already know where the source is. If you have more than one, at least. Like if you have a couple of sources of signals, even if they're completely mysterious, if they're not too far or not too close to the surface, you would still be able to get the shape of the Earth, even if you don't know what the signals mean. It's just a big puzzle. You just have to solve it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the actual true shape of the Earth is its puzzle in its own right, but the GPS puzzle's a big one too. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, to be able to get behind the curtain and see what the military, what actually is going on would be what would be needed to crack that part of it. We don't need to do that to get the shape of the Earth. We can do that on our own. We don't need to, get into their computer systems or anything. But we do need a lot of time, funding, a research group, a lot of energy to do it, and the right people leading it forward, and an enormous amount of financial support. And then the people doing it have to have an incredible level of courage and spiritual strength to even pull through this, because when you know who's deceiving you, you realize, who they are and so on. So it's going to take a lot to really do it, to get something definitive. And it's going to change the world profoundly. So yeah, it's a puzzle in its own right, but it can be done, with what we have here. But yeah, the GPS one's tough because you'd have to get into their whole systems, and I don't think they're going to just give you the keys and unlock the door for you and just let you go and start toying around with all the communication devices in the sky and everything that's going on to create that kind of network that they're creating.
They
I
might.
wasn't saying that the shape of the Earth was the puzzle. I'm saying you can get the shape of the Earth by just receiving signals. Like as I said, we can't get the shape of the Earth because we're just receiving signals. We can't determine the shape of the Earth like that. I think we most definitely can. You just get enough information about it, like the time in which those signals are reaching different spots on the Earth, and as long as you can do that for more than one source, like more than one satellite, even if you don't trust their satellites, whatever they are, if you can do that for multiple sources, and you have multiple points on the surface, you can cross all that information and just solve for that big puzzle. That's the big puzzle I was referring to, which is to make sense out of all that information. And yeah, I think you most definitely can. You could get the shape of the Earth out of the signals, even if you don't know what it's encoded on them. Did that make sense to anyone?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Also, I mean, this not that this is obviously a different angle. Well, I agree with him 100%. I also think that it might be useful, because any of us can actually just receive raw data from the GPS, and it's your phone's task to interpret it to determine your position. So, knowing that, it's like you could just try to interpret the raw data and see what it's saying. It's gonna be saying something. Just see what it's saying. Because without accurate information, your phone doesn't really have a chance to pinpoint your location.
What's what I'm trying to say? What for the raw data has to be adjusted for weather and other delays, which can skew the signal off.
Uh-huh. That's in the data. I mean, that's in the signal.
No, stop it. It's developed by JPL as a means to do
Well, no, the signal is a long message, and part of the signal is actually the atmospheric conditions for that given day.
that. Electrons and
not
gases,
not the entire atmosphere, but
errors in GPS satellite
the
positions,
ionosphere,
and
sorry.
noise and drift in the satellite's atomic clocks caused by electron interference. The software JPL developed to model delays, correct for errors, and perform GPS orbit determination and receiver positioning was called Gypsy Oasis, GPS Inferred Positioning System, and Orbit Analysis Simulation software. It quickly became one of NASA's most licensed software programs. That's what I'm talking about right there.
That's what's up. Yeah. However, the part of the signal, there's like a 30. Was it 32? However many, there's 25. That's right, 25 frames, and one of the a whole section of those frames is literally just the atmospheric or the ionospheric data, and there's also the like you said, the time dilation corrections are in there. That's all in the message that's being sent that you can look at in the raw data.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's part of the. I got to remember exactly what frame it is, but it's okay. Yeah, there's 25 frames, and I think each frame has 5 subframes, and I think the 4th subframe, or no, it's the 3rd or the 4th subframe has just that information.
In one
Not
message?
mainly on the. Well, one complete message takes 12 minutes. So it's a 12-minute message. You're going to receive like some starting point of that. Right. So, what was I saying? 12 minutes. Okay. Right. So, but either way, so that's 25 frames. But in each of those 25 frames, there's 5 subframes, and in one of those subframes, so that message gets relayed every 30 seconds. Is going to be the ionospheric information. And I want to say it's the 4th frame, but it might be the 3rd one.
At what point do you stop working the problem and realize that there is a sort of a larger problem with this?
Do you know how many bits you have in each frame?
Yeah. Well, they're not technically bits. They're like they call them, but they basically are bits, but they call them something different. But yeah, each frame has, so the whole message is 38,000 or something like that. I think each frame is 1,500, so that makes each subframe 300, I think. And then those 5 subframes, each of them have 10 like subframes, which should have 30 bits or whatever each.
Subframes.
Yeah, I forget what the names of all of them.
It's getting too complicated.
Actually, I have a picture somewhere. I just got the laid out. You know, that Brazilian guy that I said that I thought this is what you look like, Bacon. That guy is good. Remember the guy with the bow tie? And I said he was like teaching that thing. You said he might not even be Brazilian. It doesn't matter, but I'm gonna post a picture for him.
Oh, he was definitely not Brazilian. I think you agreed that he wasn't Brazilian, that you were mistaken.
I never said that. I think somebody else was agreeing with you, but I wasn't.
I don't think that guy was Brazilian. He didn't have a Brazilian name. He had more like a Hispanic name.
Well, give me a second. I'm gonna post a picture and it'll clear everything up. Just give me a second.
Hey Jesse, what's up? Long time no see you.
Yay, welcome back.
Thank you. How have you been doing?
Oh, not too bad.
Great.
So is that part not open source, Jesse? The stuff that I was mentioning about JPL's software?
Well, if they're licensing, it sounds like it's not. But that's not the GPS receiver. That's a
Oh no, no,
software.
no. I just mean the math that would be involved in adjusting for these.
Right. Well, their implementation is not open source, I suspect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be licensing it.
So is it as cut and dry as you saying that they are where they are supposed to be? That means that they are working all the time. Is that not complicated by this?
Not at all. No.
Okay.
That's
I
that.
didn't think it was going to be a problem for you, but for me it is because really in order to like establish the position of it, you have to know where it is. But in order to know where it is, you can't because there's interference and noise, and you have to get around that. So it's a little bit, I don't know. Maybe I'm just having trouble wrapping my mind around, how a position is established when you can't establish a position. You can only sort of try to. You have to first adjust for the noise. So, I don't know.
So the
Maybe that's what
receivers,
the big space rangers get all the money for. Go on. Why don't you explain it?
the receivers also measure the Doppler of each signal they're receiving, right? So they know, even if they don't know where they are, they still know whether each satellite is approaching or receding or straight overhead, because they can see the Doppler shift in the signal they're getting. So
Go.
so I suspect that they may utilize that in speeding up acquisition of location acquisition. Go ahead, Bacon.
It's just that this has got to be done accurately, reliably, and without much interruption in order that people drive to where they're going to get to and they're not off 30 feet in position. Sometimes my GPS is off a little bit, but it's not off by 30 feet.
Well, if you license that software from JPL, then it would be really accurate.
Well, it's a simulation. That's why it's very accurate. You didn't hear that part, I guess. It's called inferred positioning system and orbit analysis simulation software. It's licensed to academia. Are you part of any academia?
Not me.
I think I'm probably talking a little bit further back in the past. I think you should check it out and see if Gypsy has been open sourced. It'll be interesting. I mean, for you to know, mostly, not for me.
But the basic standard GPS code that runs normal GPS is open sourced. It may not be as accurate in compensating for minute errors caused by various unaccounted for disturbances in the ionosphere, but it still works. The open source code still works. It's still fully functional GPS. JPL just wanted to make it to basically almost probably use like AI to improve upon that or something. I don't know.
Well, as far as I understand it, JPL is the originator of the concept, I guess, of GPS. They're using.
Why is that shocking?
Did I say it like it was shocking? Like,
Well, no, I was just saying. Like, I always thought it was NASA. I always thought it was NASA. JPL works with NASA. So seems credible.
I think JPL started it. Do you know about it? Do you know about how they originally started it?
Yeah, with Jack Parsons.
No, I mean
They
GPS.
they were around before. They were around before They were around before NASA. Where's
Okay,
that
so
going?
they were using radio telescopes to detect radio emissions from quasars, and they utilized a loose network of radio telescopes in order to start to figure out positions. I'm not really sure exactly, but eventually NASA tagged in, and they just standardized it with a simulation. What are you guys talking about? That it's proof of something? I know. Maybe Geo thinks it's a little bit more gray area. To me, it's not. But I don't know.
I mean, based on what you just said, it would be proof of that he could give you its positions based on getting radio signals from these other sites. I mean, the principle works and it was adapted.
It wasn't. I mean, so ultimately, it was fixed by simulation software to simulate the correct function.
So you're saying it wasn't even a real thing?
I mean, it leads me to believe that it's probably ground based, like it originated, and then this idea of GPS that you have is the GPS inferred positioning system and orbit analysis simulation software. That's my working concept right this second, but I'm just scratching the surface here.
And where did you say these telescopes were that JPL was using originally?
Is I mean, are those the receivers? His necks are echoing.
I don't have
Who
locations.
is?
You know, yeah, I guess the receivers the have to be very fast, right? Because the difference in the timestamps between the signals have to be down to what, like a very small fraction of a second. What is like the yeah, I don't know how to ask that. I need more vocabulary. Do you have a computer now, Jesse?
What's that?
Do you have a computer now? Do you have access to a computer now?
Yes, I'm at my computer.
You should play with my simulator then.
No, your simulator. Huh? Which one's this?
The navigation one.
You got a link
I'll link
for
it.
me?
I do got a link for you. Let me get it. I'm trying to get people to use it because it was a lot of effort and it's pretty useless.
Oh wait, so this Gypsy thing is just a receiver. It's just a receiver software. Interesting though.
So I was hearing the guy talking about the Gypsy software. Do you guys know anything about that? I'm asking any baller out there who believes that GPS is actually satellites orbiting the globe. Do you know about that software?
I mean, I'm reading about it now. I use a different software, so I use the one that comes with my device.
So the GNSS Inferred Positioning System Orbit and Analysis Simulation. You never heard of that?
No, not until just now.
So everything you've told us about GPS, like that it's impossible to do it, because of the timing stamps. I think even Bacon said something like that. I've heard, Globers all the time defending their GPS system.
Yeah, they'll
Okay.
say it's impossible to fake. Weren't they spoofing it on Saddam Hussein so he was missing shit with his missiles or something?
You can certainly spoof GPS. That's how you can hack somebody's drone and shit. But still, going back to what Flat Daddy's saying, yeah, we claim that, and I still stand by that. What's your point?
So
do you think this software changes something?
This is this is a receiver software to analyze the data.
So, like, I asked Bacon in the chat if he could code something like this. I didn't get a reply from him, but I'm kind of just seeing, being that you say, or the Globers say, there's no way that GPS could work only if it's actually a physical system to get these, to receive these signals from where they're at. But don't we do stuff in computers that, mimic where things would be, like, say, Minecraft or any other world? You can build sort of like the construct, place things in its place, and have them there. Why couldn't you do that in a program? Why is that so impossible that it can only work if the Earth is a sphere?
Oh, but the signals are in real life, and the receivers are open source. So I mean, that makes those simulations kind of irrelevant to the point. I don't see how this changes anything.
Okay, but you can kind of say, hey, you can tell a computer to say, let's say that this signal is here, but it's really here. Is that impossible?
Of course not. That's not the point, though. The point is that the signal is being sent to multiple people in a big area on the surface of the Earth. That is what would, that plus the open source receivers would make them give inconsistent positions all the time, if they weren't at the position they say they were. They could certainly send wrong information, and you could certainly make that work for single observers, but make that work for multiple observers at the same time with the same signal, that's when you get into trouble.
Have you ever like I don't see why it's necessary for those signals that you know for a fact, those actual signals that the satellite is beaming is responsible for those signals. It could be a ground-based system. Why does it have to be? It could be all be done, simulated on, in a computer. Because notice, we've had GPS for a long time, right? Since what, the 60s? But could only, and it was closed source, right? Back then to the military.
We've only had it since like the 80s and 90s publicly.
We are breaking up.
Anyway,
Is he breaking up or am I breaking up?
No, he's broken up. Reconnect, Richard.
Dude, this gypsy thing. I was gonna say, this gypsy thing is pretty cool. You can request a license, but it's got a lot of features that it kind of make it so that you can do high precision measurements without needing dual frequency, even a dual frequency receiver. It can give you information about like the orientation.
Are the GPS okay, but is the GPS accurate though? How do they fake it out in the Desert Storm targets?
You can spoof like a GPS, like for instance, like a drone is gonna have, or for instance, my cell phone. Like you can get an app that will trick your phone into thinking, like it'll change the GPS reading coming from your phone, that your phone is thinking is coming from the receiver.
Okay, did they put an app on Saddam and a fake in the GPS? So
Jeremy, you're roboting if you can hear us.
I don't think you need
it's
to.
interesting. Some guys that are saying that you can't spoof GPS, even though GPS spoofing is like that's a thing. Like GPS spoofing, it's even mainstream admitted. They've used it in military scenarios. So GPS can definitely be spoofed.
Hey, Gio, I mean, Bacon just claimed earlier that it's physically impossible because of the signals that the actual satellite is sending. There's no way that it could be possible that it could
there's
be
a whole
ground-based.
There's a whole Wikipedia page on it, and they claim that they've used it in certain military scenarios. So, to try to like throw off enemy ships or whatever. So,
yeah,
Coach was use it
to capture drones. Yeah, I just said this to you guys. I just said that this was used to take down drones, like the Iranians did with the American drone. So you can spoof, but that's not spoofing GPS. That's spoofing some devices, GPS receiver, or how their device is reading the GPS receiver.
Yeah, it's spoofing.
So basically,
the receiver.
you're basically cutting. Yeah, so you're cutting in between the receiver
Oh, there's an example. Like I think you illustrate.
Did you use it in the Navy for hunting for men, Kojo?
That's right.
Are you looking for some guys on your GPS systems? Some other Navy guys to party with?
That's right. Some booty.
Is that true about guys in the Navy?
That's probably true about sailors in the past. All sorts.
Swing both ways.
Pirates. Well, no, they were just like prisoners. Like they're in prison together. They're on a ship together. Back when there wasn't girls allowed. So I'm sure there's some truth to it. But I don't think she was trying to say something. I think.
Like I said before, dude, the GPS system is made by the same people lying about the globe. So to think that they wouldn't design it to fit the narrative they're trying to sell the world would be rather short-sighted. I mean, all it takes is like a, How to Be Evil and Rule the World for Dummies book, flip to chapter 5, and how to spoof the GPS system to fool them that they're on a globe. It's right in the it's right in the How to Be an Evil Dictator and Run the World for Dummies book.
Yeah, that's the chapter I would literally flip to because I'd be so curious on how that would work.
How to deceive the world and be spiritually bankrupt for the next 5,000 lifetimes. How to rob everyone of all their money and then live the next 1,000 lifetimes poor and broke because you made the biggest spiritual errors possible for dummies.
Well, it seems I think they could have left the for dummies part out of that one. But what was it? Oh yeah, we all could just try to receive a signal from, like me, you, and Bacon. I'm sure there's probably one satellite that all three of us could receive. Maybe.
I'm sure, maybe.
I was just thinking about it. You're pretty far away, but still, I think it might be possible.
All the examples I wanted to give to Richard was if you picture like 4 receivers or 6 receivers on a line, forming a line, and a ground antenna in the middle of them. So there's 2 observers on one side, 2 observers on the other side. When that antenna sends a signal, it first reaches the 2 closer ones, and after a certain amount of time, it reaches the next 2 further ones, and then another amount of time, then it will reach the last ones. If you make that antenna higher and higher, the difference in time between those observers starts to get smaller. If you make that antenna too high, the signal reaches all the 6 observers almost at the same time. And that's not something you can fake with the antenna. That's going to be directly impacted by how high the antenna is. So if you have 6 observers getting the signal at the same time, that antenna can't physically be close to them. That same signal the source of that signal can't be close to them. Otherwise, the light will be traveling faster than the signals will be traveling faster than the speed in which the signals travel, which doesn't make sense. So that would require that the signal is further.
And you have no way of knowing it's not. You have no way of knowing it's not a duplicate signal. Come on, Bacon.
No, sure,
I'm gonna be like Jeremy. I'm gonna be like Jeremy when he says, "Come on, guys. Come on, Bacon."
Well, if you want to entertain that possibility, then you're going to have an antenna for each one of those observers, and you also need the signal emitted from one antenna not to reach the other ones, right? Because it's supposed to be the same signal. So if you can't make the signals just stop, it's still going to reach all the other observers, and those observers are going to start to get duplicated signals. So I mean, you can't just fake it. That is the whole point. That there's some setups that physically tells you what must be the position of the antenna, or at least some relevant information about the position of the antenna.
Yeah, I didn't mean
you
duplicate
can't-
signals in the same area, but like if I think I'm looking at a satellite at a particular position, and in my local area in California, I'm receiving a signal within the X number of square miles where I live, and let's say you're in South America in the X number of square miles where you are, and we both think the signal's coming from the same section of the sky, it could be a duplicate signal, one sent to you, one sent to me, from different devices that say they're coming from the same satellite. So
Yeah,
I'm only
sure,
getting one
but
in my area, you're getting one in your area. They're not duplicate, like I'm not just going to pick up two right in the same area. Dude, there's a bunch of ways this could be done, man. A
No,
bunch of
that
ways.
doesn't solve it, because if you still have multiple observers in your area, and if that signal is much closer than they believe they are, then the timestamps of the signals wouldn't make sense for those observers.
But they can spoof the timestamps. They're the ones putting the timestamp on it with their
but-
Yeah, but
equipment.
you can see it's
Yeah, but
the same
it's in the
message.
signal. That signal is going to get to everyone. So if it's spoofed for one person, that same signal is going to get to everyone in that area, and it won't match the necessary time it won't reach the necessary time for that signal to make sense, given the distance that it's claimed to be compared to the distance where we would actually be. Like you create all sorts of contradictions if you try to send a signal saying you're from somewhere else, from somewhere, and being somewhere else, when that same signal is reaching multiple observers. You can easily say that you can easily spot when that's not the case. You get into many time contradictions, like contradictions in the timestamps, if you try to fake the position in the timestamp.
Well, does anyone have any other topics? This one's a bit dry, in my viewpoint. I think we've kind of hashed it out enough. I just don't think we can get to the bottom of it, dude, at the end of the day. It's a bunch of equipment we can't validate. So I understand your idea and how they're selling it, that it's being sold as to what it is, but there's just a bunch of missing pieces, dude, in terms of being able to know exactly. Like I said, you'd have to get in their computer systems, figure out exactly what the devices are doing, how they're sending the signals, how many devices are in the sky, how they're all sending the signals. And like I said, it's developed by the exact same people, in my viewpoint, deceiving us that the Earth's a globe, meaning the kind of clandestine level of the military, etc. So, of course, they've designed it in a way that fits the model that they're pushing to people, because that's what it's even called, global positioning system. So I don't think we're going to be able to get to the bottom of it. It's sort of like debating what the ingredients are of Coca-Cola. Like, we're not going to be able to know what the ingredients are, no matter how much we drink it or how much we whatever. Now, maybe technically you could analyze Coca-Cola, but I don't know. It's a whole other topic.
Well,
but I'm just saying, dude, it's like, or
I
it's
know,
like getting exactly the some of the, like, there's hidden code in like Microsoft Windows and Apple iOS. Like, we're not gonna be able to get that code unless we can hack, use the systems that Microsoft used to write it.
we can reverse engineer it. I mean,
Well,
you
now,
have
yeah, we could. Sorry, we
you have
could
the
if
assembly.
if we had access to the device up in the sky and the computer systems, we could. But just receiving the device, I don't think we can.
No, I was talking about the Windows operating system. I was gonna say something. Forgot what that is. Oh yeah, you mentioned we don't know what's on Coca-Cola. I know a guy that knows almost all the ingredients, because he He works on a Coca-Cola factory here in Brazil. There are two ingredients. There are two like components that he doesn't know what they are.
Dude, they put so much sugar in Coca-Cola, they have to put another chemical in it just so your stomach can handle it.
Yep.
Did you know?
Have you heard all the stuff you can do with Coca-Cola?
Cocaine in
Like,
it.
it like takes paint off of cars. You can like clear drain clogs with it and stuff. This like works as a paint thinner. Like, yeah, Coca-Cola is a crazy substance.
Oh, by the way, you mentioned to me a substance called what was the name? Ayahuasca, something like that. I forgot it.
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca. Yeah. I never heard it before you mentioned it. And the next week, as you mentioned it, I saw a comedian talking about his experience when he tried some. Or maybe
Yeah.
sounded like a bit of a coincidence. But I think that's a very common coincidence. Once you learn a new word, you start seeing it around. It's not like it wasn't around, but you didn't notice before because you didn't know it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. If you've never heard of something and then all of a sudden someone tells you and then all of a sudden it starts popping up all over the place and you start seeing it, or yeah, exactly. Now, whether that's because of some of the like, your feed is being, you know what I mean? Like you Googled it or whatever, and then now it's like showing, for that reason. So it's like recommending you videos, people talking about it. But
Well, I don't think it was this case because I was following this. It's a comedian that's starting to get popular here in Brazil, and I started looking for his content, and I basically watched his entire YouTube channel, and at some point I reached that video. So I would reach it either way. Like, but yeah, it's definitely something that happens when mainly when you're learning like a new language. Every time you pick a new word, you start hearing that word, and before you knew that word, it was like you never heard it. And once you learn, you hear all the time.
yeah, well, I'm a bit surprised you hadn't heard of ayahuasca, although maybe you're just not in like the native areas where they're natively using it and so on. But I mean, it's been used in those cultures in South America for who knows how many millennia.
I would probably know about it if I was a one of the like the richer people that consume drugs in parties. I would probably have heard of it.
No, because it's not a party thing. It's not a drug or a party thing. This is like the native tribes in the jungles have been using it for thousands of years. It's not a party thing. So, and
Well,
it's not necessarily connected with wealth either. I mean, there are some like could be considered on the somewhat more middle class or wealthier class Americans who end up coming down to South America to pay $5,000 or $10,000 to go to a retreat center for a week or two, like the sort of ayahuasca tourism. But in terms of the natives that use it there, yeah, it definitely would not necessarily be the wealthy. It's usually like the people in the jungle, in the tribes that have been using it for thousands of years for spiritual, emotional, physical well-being and health, and for accessing. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, people here who try psychedelics, they usually go for this sort of stuff, and that's kind of people probably will find it at some point.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, ayahuasca can't even be used in a party situation. Like mushrooms or LSD, yeah, you could definitely take at a party. Ayahuasca, it's a very powerful experience. You're like sitting down, closing your eyes, like I've literally never even heard of it being used in a party situation. You can't even party with it. It's something that you're like sitting down and going through a journey for hours, so it's not in the same category as
an after party then.
Oh, what?
An after party then.
No, it's used in like a ceremony setting where, there'll be like a certain number of people, then shaman or curandero that is playing music and drumming and doing various healing practices. But yeah, so everybody's like in a container, like a ceremonial container for the whole experience.
Right. Have you used it though?
Yeah, many times. Yeah, I've worked with groups, ceremony groups, and many areas around the world, and different groups of colleagues and friends, and have traveled to South America as well, and worked with it in with the natives as well. Yeah, for about 15 years or so.
So what do you know about the spirit guide that they're supposed to encounter when they go over? Or do you know anything about it, Gio? Supposedly they meet an animal guide or something?
Are you talking about with ayahuasca in particular?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's a big category of discussion. To try to maybe just I'll be as succinct as I can. I mean, the ayahuasca spirit itself, like the plant itself, seems to have its own spirit. People refer to it as a female spirit, grandmother. They call it Mother Ayahuasca. So that spirit seems to be always present in the experience and profoundly loving and completely benevolent and can also be a teacher in a sense too, and sometimes even has sort of maybe strictness is not the right word, but I mean, if there's something you really need to face within yourself, it can bring it to you sometimes in a fury, but it's also very gentle and just brings you what you need, what you can handle in that moment, and so on. So there's the ayahuasca spirit itself, which people connect with and even have certain levels of kind of downloads from or communication from, and so on. But in addition, beyond that, there can be other spirits that can be present during the experience. Yeah, sometimes animal spirits or other plant spirits as well. Like a jaguar and these, different kinds of animal spirits that can have various like wisdom or knowledge or different healing capacities. There's even also like additional plants that can be brewed in with it, and those plants actually have certain connections to certain animal spirits. Like one of the ceremonies we did, he brewed a plant in it which was connected to the condor, and I'm not joking. During the experience, we were hearing wings flapping, like condor wings. It was incredible. So yeah, so there's sort of like the ayahuasca spirit itself, and then from there, and that's why you create a container, like the ceremonial container that's, protected and safe and has all the right components to have the container be solid in that way. And so the ayahuasca spirit, but then, like I said, there can be many other healing and guiding spirits that can, that can come as well, if that explains it. So there's not necessarily the only like one that would be consistent would be the ayahuasca spirit. And then from there can be a pantheon of, like, the ayahuasca spirit can kind of call upon other, healing beings that may, be present or may be called, depending on, what's required for that particular, transformation or, healing process that's occurring for one or more individuals in the ceremony.
Right, interesting. I guess I just knew the, shall we say, the generic commercial version where they say the true shamanic experience is guided by some sort of animal spirit guide. But you're saying this is not always the case, and there's always a mother spirit that's linked to the ayahuasca root itself. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah. So the ayahuasca is a mixture of two plants. It's a vine and a leaf. Banisteriopsis capi is the vine, and then the leaf is chacruna. So those are, well, the species name for the leaf is Psychotria viridis. So it's the leaf and the vine. Generally, the ayahuasca spirit is known to really be contained in the vine. That's really where the spirit is. They call it the vine of the soul. But the leaf is what contains the DMT, the dimethyltryptamine, which brings a lot of the visions and a lot of the sort of visionary, fractals and colors and a lot of the components of healing to activate, the process as well. So the mixture of those two plants is what the term ayahuasca is used for, even though the vine is often referred to as ayahuasca as well. So it's sort of like the vine is sort of the core of it. And then but the leaf and the vine together, those two that I mentioned are, the sort of quintessential ayahuasca. And it seems to be when those are combined, those particular plants, there's a particular spirit, like I said, the kind of, the mother ayahuasca spirit that seems to be contained, in that mixture, as it were. And yeah, so that spirit is sort of always present through the experience. And different than like mushrooms or other things, like people really often like report like, that they connected with the mother ayahuasca spirit. It's pretty incredible. And that spirit, I mean, in my experience, seems to have just knowledge and wisdom far beyond anything I've ever known in this realm. I mean, when I say it's God, not necessarily, I'm not saying it is God at that level, but seems to have knowledge and wisdom about your life and your entire, lifetime and all your interactions and your individual process you're going through. It's incredible. And so that's why people often kind of, when working with it, multiple times, to kind of develop almost like a relationship with the ayahuasca spirit in terms of, to glean more either healing or knowledge or information about their life or, whatever they're seeking, or physical healing, whatever it may be. So yeah, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but yeah, I mean, basically that spirit is what's, present in that sense. And then from there, sort of when you open up that portal or you open up that space, there can be many other spirits that can be present that the ayahuasca kind of works with as well, where the ayahuasca spirit can kind of work with in tandem, so people can, experience additional, connections in those ways.
Interesting. So is the vine and the leaf from the same plant, or is it two different plants?
It is two different plants, although the vine does have leaves on it. So often when they make it, they will combine the leaves of the vine as well. But the actual Psychotria viridis, which is often also called chacruna, it is a separate plant. Yeah. It's actually in the coffee family, although it doesn't contain caffeine and it's really nothing like coffee, but it is actually in the same family as coffee, which is interesting. But yeah, no, they're different plants, but of course they grow in the same areas in the jungle. The vine is a big, thick, ropey vine that grows up these huge trees. It twists and turns around these huge trees in the Amazon, whereas the chacruna is like a sort of a leafy, I don't know if bush is the right word, but yeah, it's more of kind of a bushy, leafy kind of plant that has big green leaves.
That's freaked out. Like, imagine who the first person was that figured this out, right? Like the first shaman, right? Like, how the heck did somebody figure, okay, I'm going to take this root and that leaf and combine them, and, we're going to get spaced out, man. Like, how did they come up with it? This is, it's quite fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Well, I would say it would have to be some sort of divine intervention, to even know that. I mean, unless they just were experimenting, like mix it with this one, mix it with that one. But I mean, there are thousands of plant species in the Amazon. I mean, it's unbelievable. So I would think it would have to be some sort of well, the thing is if they were to consume the vine would, because even if you consume the vine on its own, it's not necessarily like very powerfully visionary, but you can use the vine on its own, and it actually It's great for like if you combine meditation with it. It's very kind of calm and gentle and almost kind of subtle and kind of quiet in a sense. Like it's not really like when you add the leaf to it, the DMT, it can be very powerful and sort of fireworks, if you will, in that sense. But the vine itself is very calm and gentle. So it could be that they just consume the vine, and since the vine has the ayahuasca spirit, it may have kind of communicated to them, which leaf to use basically and how to combine it with the leaf. That's possible.
It's fascinating. Like take aspirin, right? The willow tree, right? Like one day somebody decided, hey, I think I'll grab some bark from over there and boil it and drink it. Like it's because that's where aspirin comes from, right from the willow tree. So, and basically all our medicines comes from plants. So yeah, the link there is quite fascinating. Mushrooms and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it is incredible to know what these things do. I mean, there's also a frog medicine called combo. It comes from a tree frog in the Amazon, and there's a very specific way. It's a waxy substance that is on the skin of the frog, and you have to sort of take the wax and then there's a special way that it's applied to the skin. Anyways, it's a very powerful medicine as well. Totally different than ayahuasca, but it's similar in a way, and they seem to be synergistic. So like the combo only lasts for about 30 minutes or 45 minutes. That's the one that comes from the tree frog. So like sometimes people do combo before doing ayahuasca, like before they do an ayahuasca ceremony, or after the ayahuasca, if they drink the ayahuasca at 8 or 9 p.m. and then it's, about finished at 3 or 4 in the morning, sleep for a couple hours, and then maybe do the combo in the morning. So you usually don't do it right at the same time, but you do it either before or after. And there seems to be a synergy between these peptides in the combo frog medicine and the ayahuasca compounds that people have had just profound levels of healing, like reversing lifelong allergies or, resolving, cancer. I mean, very, very serious, intense physical type ailments and also psychological things as well. But there's like a synergy between those. And, how did they know that there's a synergy between those? And how did they even know to use the frog medicine? But as the legend has it, it's been said that the ayahuasca spirit and the ayahuasca is what told, the first kind of shaman basically about the frog, and then kind of instructed, him how to because you can't just go grab these frogs. I mean, you have to use a little whistle that's a mating whistle that attracts the frog, and then it'll come down from the trees and it'll come to you, and then it's like very specific what you had to do. And so I guess we'll never know for sure, but as the legend has it, it was the ayahuasca spirit that essentially communicated or informed to the first shaman or whoever it was to actually use this tree frog and this wax from the tree frog, and then it also seems to have this incredible synergy between them when used together in that sense. So yeah, it's pretty incredible.
I'm sitting here laughing when you're saying frog, because I'm thinking there must be people listening now saying, what the hell is he talking about? Frogs and wax? And yeah, some frogs, their skin secretes basically a drug, hallucinogenic. So you see some people lick the frogs and you get high. It's like a mushroom thing. It's really unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, that one you might be referring to is the toad. So it's the Sonoran desert toad, which is a different species. That one secretes a white milky substance from its glands, and you have to smoke it or you have to vaporize it. So this is the toad, the Sonoran desert toad. So they squeeze the milk out of the glands, and then they usually spray it onto like a little piece of glass or something like that, and then it dries, and then they scrape it off into a little powder, and then you vaporize it or smoke it, and it basically is a very, very powerful. That one contains 5-MeO DMT, so that's a DMT type it's called Bufo alvarius is the frog, is the toad. That one's the toad species, and people often
The
refer
one
to
I'm
it as
talking about, apparently, you can lick it. Like it secretes like a substance where you can just lick it and get high. Now, maybe I
well, as
got
far
my
as I
info
know,
wrong, but maybe it's a different frog.
I think that's kind of what do they call a wives' tale or what? Because that I don't know of any frog that you can lick, so I don't really know where that even came in. But I know what you mean. It's in all kinds of, Homer Simpson licks the frog and starts tripping. So
I've seen it
that is,
somewhere. Yeah.
well, I mean, that would be the toad, the Sonoran desert toad, but you can't lick it. You have to smoke it or vaporize it, in order to get the effect. So you can't even consume it. So I'm not really sure where that licking thing comes from. It's just a misnomer or something, because there's the toad which secretes that substance, but the other one the combo, the one I was talking about in the Amazon, that one is a tree frog. It's a frog instead of a toad, and that one is the one that has the wax on its skin, and then the wax is what's used, and that has to be applied to the skin. And that one's not actually really, it's not necessarily like visionary or psychedelic as much. It's more of a physical experience. So yeah, they're very different. But yeah, so I don't know where that licking thing came in. I'm not sure if someone said that it just caught on or something. I don't know.
Hey,
Yeah,
Gio.
maybe it's some article I read and I just crossed the information in my head or something.
I'm wondering if in any way at all this has to deal with the whole fairy tale about kissing a frog, right? Like the princess kisses a frog, and the frog transforms into a prince. It's a stretch,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Well, it has to
There's
do
a
with the
chance.
secretion, but maybe, like he said, it has more to do, like more preparation. You got to dry it, this and that, where they say, oh, you just lick the frog, so it's more to it than just that. But I see what you're saying, Andy, yeah.
Yeah, you have to like scrape it into, you have to like, the milky substance has to be squirted onto something, and then it has to dry, and then you have to scrape it off into a powder. Then you have to put the powder into something to smoke, but you can't smoke it like, well, technically you could sprinkle it into a joint or something, but usually it's like essentially free based, which is technically the same way they smoke crack or whatever, but this is obviously not crack, but it just basically heats it and allows it to start to vaporize. It's like a little glass pipe. And then you just take usually one big inhalation, and that's all you need. It's just one inhale. So that's how the Bufo, they refer to it as Bufo for short, because it's Bufo alvarius.
What kind of a high is it? Is it like a hallucinogenic or?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so that one is the 5-MeO DMT. If we're talking about the toad, yeah, that is a very, very, very powerful, completely immersive experience. I mean, you got to be sitting down, you got to be leaning back, like you don't want to, be standing up. You'll fall over. I mean, it's very, very all-encompassing. Depending on what dosage it is, it can be very, very profound and transcendent, mystical. People can. I mean, they've actually used it for people that have addictions. It actually helps people, to get off drugs and things. And so, yeah, it's like 5-MeO DMT. Sorry, I don't want to like talk for too long on any one stretcher because I know it's a big topic. But I mean, 5-MeO DMT is like if there's any one of these substances that could take you to the creator, like 5-MeO DMT seems to be the one that can do that for people, especially when they like vaporize it the way I'm talking in a large dose. Like many people have experienced like literally like becoming the creator, like in that mind state. So yeah, there's something about 5-MeO DMT that just has these incredible transcendent qualities. Now the toad medicine has other components in addition to 5-MeO DMT. So it's not just 5-MeO, because you can also just vaporize, or you can also just consume like pure 5-MeO DMT, which is, a little bit different. So, but yeah, with the toad medicine, but yeah, it's like an all-inclusive. I mean, it only lasts for about 20 minutes. It's not a very long-lasting thing, but or sometimes 20 to 40 minutes, let's say. But yeah, it's very, very powerful. Yeah, visionary, and certainly has like the sort of a guiding, healing spirit to it as well. Like the bufo, toad itself seems to have like an intelligence as well that it seems to bring with it.
That's crazy, man. Imagine now from a toad, a toad. So somebody had to say, "Hey, see that toad over there? I'll squeeze its skin, scrape that shit off, dry it, and then maybe, yeah, let's smoke it, see what happens." I mean, come
Yeah.
on.
It's not so simple as like, let's dry this plant or this leaf out and smoke it. It's a way
Yeah.
more involved process. Yeah, that's a good point. But I mean, the same goes. You know the whole story about ayahuasca, right? How it's a combination of a plant and a vine brewed into a tea, right? And people ask them whatever, like, how did your culture understand to combine this acidic neutralizer with this plant, and they say the plants told us, the shamans say the plants told them to, because the whole DMT, or I'm sorry, the ayahuasca story is that these aren't even like popular plants in that region. They're sparse and they're scarce, you know? And somehow they found the combination of this leaf and this vine and preparing it in this certain way for the creation of ayahuasca. And they don't say, they randomly stumbled upon it through experimentation and like trial and error. They say that they received the instructions in a vision. Just so crazy. But I've also heard that DMT is in every green plant, even in grass. There's DMT in grass itself, all around us.
Yeah, it's in like thousands of plant species and animals. I mean, it's in our bodies. It's in dogs and lions and all kinds of different animals. I mean, it's found in the human body in many places. It's in the lungs. Of course, the pineal gland is a concentration of it. Because DMT itself is actually very similar to serotonin. Like it's only one. Like I don't necessarily even saying I agree with the whole molecular structure claim
Right.
that they claim, but nonetheless, like DMT, at least in their model, it's like one little node or whatever they call it different than serotonin. So it's like essentially it's a neurotransmitter. It's like a human neurotransmitter. It's found in our brains and regulates sleep and it's connected to melatonin and so and it's in, like you said, like it is in like regular grass, like green grass out on your lawn. Like there's some DMT in there.
What does that even mean? No, I sound like a stoner, just like, whoa, there's DMT in the grass, dude. But like, I mean, there's something meaningful to that, where, of course, the thing is that there's DMT in maybe like 90% of the things we eat, but our stomach acids neutralize it from taking effect, right? And so you have to combine it with some sort of inhibitor. There's some other word, something blah 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 inhibitor, right, to allow it to take its effect on you. That's the whole thing about combining the vine with the leaf or whatever. It's like one of them contains the DMT and one of them contains the inhibitor, or the neutralizer. But I'd be interested to see a tea brewed with just the inhibitor and some grass or some lettuce or some whatever. I mean, we should try that out. Like if there's DMT in these like everyday objects around us, then all we really need to do is start brewing teas with whatever that vine is that neutralizes the acids in our stomach from inhibiting our DMT absorption. Maybe that's something we should all incorporate into our diet more often.
Well, like the vine contains the MAOI, like the vine works as a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So the vine contains harmine and harmaline, which are these alkaloids and it contains other things as well, but harmine and harmaline are two of the alkaloids that function as the MAOI inhibitor, like you're mentioning, which allows for the DMT to be orally active. Because if you were to
Right.
just use the leaf and to brew it up, the DMT wouldn't really work. Like you wouldn't actually
Not gonna
have
do
a DMT
anything.
experience. Right. Because there's certain enzymes in the stomach that break it down. So you need the vine or the MAOI in order to allow, and then the DMT becomes orally active. And there is actually an entire category, like people use the term ayahuasca analogs, or like analog versions. So it's not using the vine and the leaf that we're talking about now, but it's using other plants that contain similar compounds to try to have somewhat of a similar effect. So there's this like Syrian rue seeds. Syrian rue is a seed that has similar MAOI qualities. So people have tried mixing like Syrian rue with something like there's certain other plants that contain DMT. There's one that I was thinking of is on the tip of my tongue. I'll think of it in a second. So there's different plants that you can try to, create a similar type experience. But it doesn't mean it's the same in the same way, because there is something about those plants that really kind of seem to embody the actual ayahuasca itself, and that it's such like a healing beneficial type thing. Whereas if you start mixing other plants, you're kind of, you might not have the same like spiritual support and kind of safety and kind of gentle sort of spiritual guidance and so on. You know what I mean? If you're using different plants, there could be sort of, but people do have different experiences. Like blending different plants that have similar compounds.
Yeah, I mean, it must be the case, really. I mean, it really must be the case.
Sorry, Mimosa hostilis. That's the one I was thinking of. Mimosa hostilis is a tree bark that has very high DMT in it, and it's very readily available. Like it's easy to buy online and stuff, and it has a lot of DMT in it. So I'm just saying people will get the Mimosa hostilis, and because that's often what they use to extract DMT from as well, like in kind of chemical kind of extraction versions. So anyways, sorry to interrupt, but I just remember. So people will try to mix Mimosa hostilis with something like Syrian rue seeds, and it's not real ayahuasca, in that sense. But some of those combinations do, it will get the DMT to be active and everything. Like, some of those can still be powerful experiences. That people can have.
I'm kind of resistant to the idea of brewing anything with the name hostilis. That's not very welcoming. I know that's shallow. I was like, oh geez, I'm gonna drink some of this hostile tea or hostilis. Oh my gosh, what a violent name. But hey, if it does the trick, I suppose.
Yeah, it's interesting how different plants do seem to have different experiential qualities. Like it's definitely not just sort of like, oh, it has this chemical and it'll do this thing. It's like there's more to it, these different plant species. And like there's certain what they call ally plants that they blend with ayahuasca. So you'll have like the leaf and the vine as the core, but then there's other plants like ally plants that can be mixed with it. Sometimes these brews might have 3, 4, 5 additional plants, and that's the thing. Like the really good shamans, they know which plants to add, which ones are actually allies with the ayahuasca. And you can get into some sort of sketchy territory, like almost like sorcery, or kind of like almost making like a witch's brew. Like, for example, some of the ones that are more like sorcery or kind of witchy, where they'll add like datura species in with the ayahuasca. So it's like now you're just dealing with something totally, like it's not even ayahuasca at that point. You're dealing with datura. So yeah, it's interesting how all of the like plants seem to have like connections spiritually into different like spirit realms and dimensions. And I think some of the people that have these frightening experiences on DMT, well, it's like, well, what plant did you extract that from? Like, did you extract that from one of the shamanic ally plants, or did you extract it from something like you said that's more hostile or that's more, disassociative or whatever, and
some
that's going to
poppy
connect?
plants.
Yeah, that's going to connect you with like a more demonic kind of realm or something that's, that's where you're not having like a spiritually kind of guided, protected experience. You're kind of blasting off into, something that's like another like realm essentially through the plant. So yeah, it's
I'm not
pretty
so on board with categorizing any plant in particular as ally or enemy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's such thing as
but
an evil or I don't think there's such thing as an enemy or ally plant, right? I think you feel the same.
well, I don't know. I mean, that's an interesting thing, but I mean, there's definitely mushrooms that can kill you, certain types of poisonous mushrooms. I mean, some of these datura species, I don't know if you ever heard about what they can do to people, but really bad stuff. I mean, it's almost too dark to even say, but like, so there are some plants that can really mess. I mean, I don't know if you just like even like like research datura experiences and stuff, like it can make people completely like delusional, confused. There's like just horrible stories of people doing like terrible things and then waking up and not even knowing what they did. Like basically like the worst case. Like blacking out on alcohol, but then even worse, where they're also conscious and it's almost like they're possessed by a demon in a sense, and they're like, yeah, there's just some terrible stories. Like one of them where like a guy like cut his hand off and then, woke up hours later and didn't even know what happened. So I mean, those are not ally plants. Like that's not the same as like a shamanic, healing spiritual experience. I mean, those are like almost like out of the Exorcist movie or something, like some really crazy shit. You also may have heard some of the scopolamine, because datura contains scopolamine, and there's all these stories about like in the CIA where they make these like scopolamine drugs and these different powders, and they can like blow the powder into your face, so unknowingly, like you're just walking along and boom, someone blows powder in your face, and then it's going to affect you. You're going to go into a 20-hour long disassociative nightmare. And they've even like the CIA used to experiment with it, and there was claims where like people would be so delusional and so confused, you could convince them to like let them rob their house. Like, hey, we're gonna move everything out of your house, and the person who's on the datura is like helping them move everything out of their house, even though they're being robbed. I mean, just like a crazy level of dissociative, confusion. Now, those might have been some of the drugs that the CIA was actually made from scopolamine, but even some of the datura experiences themselves, can be just horrifying. So I don't know. I mean, you were saying like, are there ally plants versus sort of evil ones? But it certainly does. I mean, and then there's like mushrooms that can kill you as well. So what do you make of that?
Well, I have this romantic viewpoint where I'm coming from, where I want to romanticize all of this. And, my explanation for that perspective would be that every plant is a double-edged blade, right? And it's all about dosage or, or method of ingestion or whatever, where there's a wrong and a right way to use this thing. Use the hammer to bash someone's skull in, or use the hammer to build a house for someone. And so I'd just say you're either laying it on too heavy or laying it on too light, or maybe you can find that just right Goldilocks position. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm no chemist, but I'm pretty sure I've heard lots of stories about how there's like snake venoms that, if the snake bites you itself, you're going to die in like an hour. But if that snake venom is like, if you capture that snake and make it like excrete its venom into a vial, you mix it with some vinegar or some water or whatever and dilute it, then it's actually turned into a powerful medicine to cure several ailments. And so It's the same ingredients. It's just been diluted or given to you in smaller dosage. So I don't know. I think there's a time and place and a misappropriation and a proper use for every ingredient, and different situation call for different treatments and amounts of chemicals utilized. And so I just wouldn't say that here's where I'm really coming from when it comes to ally versus opponent or whatever plants. I would say I would, romantically envision that every plant can be to some degree utilized for the betterment of humanity. I wouldn't say
What's
there's a
that?
single worthless plant, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I just say that none of them are worthless. We can find a beneficial and healing nature, way to apply any plant. But I don't know. That's just a hope. That's just a dream. That every plant has a beneficial utilization to some degree in some situation. I wouldn't consider any plant strictly an enemy or a friend.
What were you gonna say, Essie?
I was gonna ask you that toad that you were saying, because I looked it up. I go, am I going nuts? Did I not really read where people were licking toads? And I found the article. But what's that toad you were talking about, Gio? What was it called?
The species name is Bufo alvarius, and the kind of common name for it is the Sonoran desert toad.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. We're talking about the same one. Some people apparently have been picking that toad up and licking it. I have the
Well, that's
article
what
here.
that's what I'm saying. I don't get about that, because my understanding is like it secretes a white milky substance from these glands, and you have to kind of squeeze the glands, and then it squirts out. Like it squirts almost like popping a pimple or something, it kind of squirts out, and then they use that to. So I don't know of any way. Like I don't think if you eat that milky substance, I don't think you have an experience. As far as I know, like you have to vaporize it. That's why I've never really got that story. Like I don't know of any way that you can lick it and get an effect from it. Is the article saying that? Or I've always just wondered if that was just sort of like a story that people that don't really understand how to use the medicine just sort of say, oh, there's a toad that you can just lick, or whether that's sort of like a meme or something, like kind of a meme that got started. But
Well,
is that
according
article?
to this article, it says people have been actually doing it, but it says be warned because it's like a toxin and it could kill dogs and even humans,
Yeah, of
depending
course
on
it's
how
a
much.
toxin.
Yeah.
All drugs are a toxin. But some frogs, they actually give birth to several hundred baby frogs or tadpoles or whatever out of their back, right? Out of their pores. You ever seen those?
It's like tens of thousands, some of them, yeah.
Yeah. The eggs are literally like nested in the back skin of the frog or the toad, and they hatch out of the back of the skin. And honestly, I got that one sort of like a phobia where I don't like a lot of like holes all next to each other or whatever. Kind of grosses me out. That's one example. But I'm not coming from anywhere like exactly here, but just as speculation generally. Um, Squeezing anything out of a toad's back has the potentiality of you're actually like aborting or like prematurely giving birth to like unborn frog fetuses that would be birthed out of that frog's back if you gave it time, but you're like smoking the unborn eggs or embryos of. I don't even want to finish that, but it's a potentiality. I don't know. I'd have to look into
I don't
it.
think it's not connected to that. I think that the white milky substance that the toad secretes, it uses as like a venom of sorts. Like if an animal were to eat it, like a coyote or something like that were to eat it, it would secrete that. So
Okay.
I don't.
Like skunk, like skunk stank, sorta, just a sort of
Apparently,
gland.
when it gets stressed out, that's when it secretes this stuff.
Okay. Yeah, a defense mechanism or whatever. Well, that makes me feel better about it. because I definitely don't want to smoke any unborn frog embryos. But hey,
Well, the other, yeah.
you know that vanilla flavoring, right? You know where vanilla flavoring came from back in the day? Beaver asshole. Many vanilla milkshakes that your grandparents ate when they said, "Oh, I want a vanilla flavored smoothie or ice cream shake." The flavoring came from beaver asshole.
Okay, he's been smoking the funny stuff.
No, it's just funny. It's funny because it's true. I'm not smoking anything. You just look up the origins of artificial vanilla flavoring. It's extracts from beaver asshole. Sorry to drop that on you. I guess you weren't ready for it. I mean, we synthesize it in different ways nowadays. I hope so. Anyways, I'm not going
Well,
to say I'm
thank God I
sure, but
always went for the chocolate then.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, some dude was giving a beaver a rim job and was like, you know what? This tastes kind of like vanilla. Can I extract whatever I'm tasting here and flavor some foods with it? No joke. I mean, that was a joke. I don't know if it happened that way, but yeah, I'm not making that up. Sorry. Beaver anus tastes like vanilla, apparently. Man, what a derail. Sorry. Yeah, not. I'm not trolling or anything. But still sorry. We're probably young enough that we never, uh, indulged in that sort of thing. We were probably lucky. We got it synthesized in some laboratory or whatever.
But
But
back to the frog.
yeah,
You
definitely.
see how misinformation spreads, right? Here I am now in my mind that people are licking frogs because their skin secretes, and I'm half right. But see, Geo is the one that's in the know, and he says no. You gotta take it out. You gotta scrape it. You gotta dry it, and then you gotta smoke it. So you see how myths are born. Yeah.
Yeah, like people grinding up rhino horns and snorting it for aphrodisiac purposes. Like, god damn, what are you guys doing? Just cutting off an innocent rhino's horn for just a folk tale? Bullshit. Or
Yeah, I
elephant
mean, in
tusks.
terms of licking the frog, SE, yeah, I mean that's my understanding of it is that that is like a it's what's the category of that? Like misinformation? Like wouldn't really be called a meme because it's been around for a while. It's not like a modern day thing because it's in like cartoon. The Homer Simpson licks the frog. And there's always these cartoon or different things where the guy licks the frog and then now he's in this kind of psychedelic experience kind of thing. But yeah, I mean my understanding like that toad you can't even lick it. Like you can't even consume it orally to even have any effects. So I know that's always kind of what I've categorized it as like some kind of misinformation thing that got spread and then, and somehow I guess in the modern culture, like, I mean, was that purposefully done? Like did the controllers kind of put a misinformation to kind of, for
There's
some
a word
reason? I
for
don't
it.
know. But
Could have
just,
been some clumsy reporter, went did the story and just mashed the heck out of it, or but it's hard to believe what you explained, the process of drawing and I mean excretion, drying, then rolling, smoking to just licking. I mean, it doesn't even begin to. I don't know. Good question.
Well, I mean, we all like there's a reason, and like it's a very popular expression. We all know snake oil, right? Snake oil salesman. It isn't just called that for no reason. Like, allegedly the origins are it's called snake oil for a reason, right? Because it started out with someone saying like, "Hey, I'm going to extract this substance from a snake and it's medicinal." Whatever, you can call it beaver asshole oil, snake oil, toadback oil. Well, it's all the same thing, though. It's all pharmakia, right? Drugs is an ancient market. The idea of drug is an ancient market, and there's always, what do they say? A sucker is born every second, and for every sucker, there's a con artist.
Well, look at the headline. Toad Ali crazy. Why are people in the U.S. licking the Sonoran desert toad?
I've never met a single person who's ever licked a toad. That's got to be a very small minority.
Same.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, like, pharmacologically, my understanding is that even if you were to take that white milky substance, and first of all, you couldn't even lick it anyways because you have to squeeze the gland and it squirts out. So I don't even, I guess you could squeeze the gland and put your mouth right in front of it and squirt the milk right into your mouth. But even if you do that, my understanding is it's not going to work. You're not going to get the 5-MeO DMT. It's not going to even be active. Like, you're not even going to have an experience. Sort of like with the ayahuasca DMT thing. You have to blend the two plants together in somewhat of a similar way. It seems like with that one, you have to actually vaporize the substance, the milky substance that's already been dried, in order to even have the 20-30 minute very powerful experience. So it's like you can't even lick it and quote unquote get high. So that's what's even stranger, that's kind of caught on, and in the kind of media, people licking frogs or whatever. Now, I'm not saying no one in the history of the world has not tried to lick it or eat it, but I'm just saying if as far as I know, that's not a thing. Like, pharmacologically, you can't consume it orally and even have it affect you at all. So that's what's just odd about it. I just, and the shamans don't use it that way at all either. The shamans use it, in the smoking way, in a ceremonial sense as well. So even in that region, when they use it for these purposes, they're not licking it or consuming it that way either. So it's always just been puzzling to me. Like you said, maybe it is kind of that thing of like how misinformation spreads. They just put a meme out there or some kind of false information, and it somehow gets out there, which is funny because some people think that's what flat Earth is. But but you could say it for the globe. The globe is a thing that they've been able to spread like crazy, and it's just false from the beginning, just like you can't lick toads.
I'm not so convinced, because I've been told that there's all these people harvesting cocoa leaves to make cocaine, and we all know that you're gonna snort, smoke, whatever, the normal ways people take cocaine, but it's true that the people who harvest the cocaine, or I mean the cocoa leaves or whatever, they will just chew on the leaves themselves, and it's very gentle and subtle. But from what I've heard, like if you want to experience cocaine, but if you're like someone who's never done drugs before and you just want like a little introductory sort of thing to it, you can just wad up, just like, roll it up and put it in your mouth and chew it for, a couple minutes. Just mix your saliva with it, and you'll get like a very similar effect to like drinking a tall cup of coffee just from just shoving that leaf in your mouth and chewing on it, right? And it'll have a sort of subtler effect.
Yeah, I mean, all different plants and substances are different. So the coca leaf, absolutely, it is active orally. You can make a tea out of it. You can chew on the leaves, like you're saying.
But not the
So
frog.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, my understanding is, the frog you can't, or it's not orally active. It just depends on whether it's orally active or not. But coca leaf, which does contain the cocaine, is orally active. When you chew, Dude, when I was in South America, we were chewing leaves. It's amazing, dude. Like, you can just, we used to just get these big bags. Oh yeah, just get a big bag of leaves and just start chewing them. And it's like the juice from the leaves kind of comes out, of the leaf as you're chewing them. And it's kind of, you just kind of keep adding leaves to your mouth. Like you don't really have to spit them out or anything. It's sort of like the fiber just breaks down, and it's almost like you're just like, it almost ends up being like chewing gum or something. Like you're just kind of chewing on this wad of leafy,
No way.
but you can also kind of just do it subtly as well. But oh, dude, it's awesome. Like it's not even like the way people snort cocaine is like totally synthetic. Like it's chemically extracted and they're yanking it up their nose. That's, not the same thing at all. And that does make you very hyper, and that's that whole thing. But the coca leaf is actually, it is a little stimulating in a way, but it also has a calming, relaxing quality to it as well. It's kind of like being alert and also being calm at the same time. But dude, just like chewing on the leaves like that, there's also there's a little black, it's called Layla. It's a little black substance that's made of other herbs. And if you put that in with the leaf, so basically you get this little Layla, this little black ball of like, it's other plants in it. And then you use that as like the center, and then you keep adding leaves to it. So you have the Layla thing in there. So, and there's something about that Layla that like activates so that it's even more active. Like it allows it to be orally active even more so, because it absorbs through the glands in your mouth. And dude, you can get such like a high dose of the coca leaf that way. It is awesome, dude. It's just amazing. Like the feeling of you're like so relaxed, like mildly stimulated, but like incredibly like balanced and relaxed. It's like the opposite of being bipolar or something. Like it's very very awesome. And because they use it like when they work, in the fields and stuff, because it kind of has that mild stimulating, but it's also like just keeps you going. Yeah, it's an amazing plant. It's also a shamanic plant too. I mean, yeah.
That's some, like, I'm not interested in crack or cocaine. Just doesn't even sound appealing. But if someone said, "Hey, here's a leaf I grew. If you chew it, you're gonna have a good time," I say, fuck yeah, I'll chew on this leaf. Like that just sounds way more natural and organic to me, and I'd absolutely try that out. I'm actually looking forward to the day that maybe I can do that sometime. Especially after your testimony, it sounds like a good time.
Dude, I mean, the coca leaf is it's a shamanic medicine. I mean, the shamans use it in a lot of different ways. So I mean, it's a true medicine, and it has very like a lot of different healing qualities to it and health benefits. Yeah, it's crazy, all of the stigma and the craziness around like cocaine and crack, how bad those are, which technically are made from it, or they use that to get the cocaine alkaloid, synthetically out of it or whatever. But the actual coca leaf is a medicine, it's even similar to cannabis in a way. I mean, it's not the same experience, but it's similar in terms of like it has medicinal effects like beyond like something like green tea. Like green tea has certain benefits, but maybe not quite at the octave of like cannabis, where cannabis can have, even more powerful sort of medicinal effects. And so coca leaf is like more up in the kind of more like cannabis in the sense where, it has like, definitely like very medicinal qualities to it, the people that are struggling with certain ailments and things. So it's more than just sort of just like a stimulant or something. But I mean, in South America, when I flew down there, they had like when, the stewardess in the airplane, when I've flown down there, they're just like, oh, would you like, soda or water or coca tea? I mean, they have coca tea right on the airplane. And when you land, they recommend that you have coca tea because it also helps with the altitude sickness. The coca leaf opens up the oxygen pathways in the lungs. So they actually recommend to have some coca tea when you get there because it helps acclimate to the altitude, which is fascinating that plant, which grows at that high altitude, also, helps you acclimate, gives you additional oxygen. So that's why they use it a lot there too.
Oh, wow. That's just brilliant, dude. And wow, that's perfect. Just to backtrack a little bit, I mean, that coca soda or tea, or whatever you say, I mean, that just reminds me of the original ingredients of Coca-Cola, right? I mean, that was a thing for a long time. You know what I'm saying? About like how the Coca-Cola used to have, people say Coca-Cola used to contain cocaine, but they don't really mean cocaine necessarily, as people normally refer to it nowadays. They just mean they used to have some of that, natural compound in it, that like stimulant.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe
I
they,
would
they,
fucking,
yeah, they,
I would pay $100. That's about my limit. I would pay $100 to have a can of original Coca-Cola just to see what it's like, Like, oh wow, I wonder how that used to feel drinking a can of Coca-Cola, in its original form. That sounds pretty
yeah, I
fun.
mean, my understanding, it contained the coca leaf, and actually, I've heard that they still use the coca leaf as part of the flavoring. Now, I don't know if that's because they're the kind of
Yeah, I heard
ingredients
that
of
too.
Coca-Cola. Yeah, but they still use it just without the cocaine, I guess. But yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Man, some dude, right? Some dude has like a sealed 12-pack in his basement that he's kept all this time. He's gonna sell it
Of
on
the
eBay
original.
someday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that would be cool to try that. As much as I'm not a fan of the modern day Coca-Cola, if someone gave you the opportunity to try one of the original ones, that would be, because they used to use, the coca leaf, like you said, it's used in teas. It could be used in a soda like that, and it has a good flavor to it, and it has the beneficial effects, So yeah, it could be used in a soda like that. So it's not surprising that they used it like that, and how popular it was. And then it's funny that they sort of had to remove it and change it, but then kept the flavoring of it.
Do you have any idea why some sodas are clear and some sodas are like brown, like Coke or Pepsi or Dr. Pepper? And it is like Sprite, right? And like Sprite's crystal clear. It's like, is there like a specific like like something specifically differential about them that you know about? Because I've always wondered, like, why aren't all sodas clear like Pepsi? Why do some have to be opaque and some are clear?
Well, yeah, in terms of these modern day sodas, I think they color them with like caramel coloring and flavoring and stuff. But I think like sodas originally come from the idea of like a fermented herbal drink, like
Mm.
like really fresh spring water that comes out of the earth can have natural carbonation. So if you get
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like naturally fizzy and carbonated, which is why they use like synthetic carbonation, in fizzy water or whatever, because they're trying to recreate the actual spring water that comes from the earth that has that naturally. So if you were to have that naturally carbonated spring water and then blend it with, different roots and herbs, you would end up with a fizzy, maybe add a little honey or whatever you would have in there. You end up with like an herbal tincture drink, basically, that is, tasty, but also medicinal. So that's kind of where the soda like comes from originally, is like, and then they also would do fermentation, like fermented herbal drinks, which also give that kind of fizzy, fermented, fizzy quality as well. So that's like, that's where it comes from. And that's why people are so attracted to them. People love soda because they want that sweet, fizzy kind of activating thing. But unfortunately today, they're not, good medicinal herbal fermented drinks with probiotics and all this good stuff in them. They're these synthetic chemical corn syrup, things or whatever. But in terms of the coloring, I don't know, because I don't know if like a clear soda would really exist. If you're using herbs, they're probably gonna always have a color. So maybe the clear soda thing is just sort of I don't know, just an offshoot of the kind of, brown sodas or something, because they're just like, they don't have the color to them. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything like ancient connected to clear sodas as much. It's just another sugary thing, I guess, that they put flavoring and sugar in to try to recreate that kind of fizzy drink, the fizzy fermented drink.
One thing that I find not necessarily surprising, but if I were like a very innocent person, born into this world, I'd be like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But of course, I know what's going on. But to take the role of that innocent-minded person, I'd say, oh wow, I'm so surprised at the like when you go to a gas station or a convenience store and you look at their like drink selection. I mean, I go in there and I take a look. I keep up to date with what they're offering. I say, gosh, they're all poison. Well, I mean, is like why is there no like medicinal or just uh healthy to like any degree, but also at the same time tasty drink? It seems like your options are very expensive bottled water or very cheap sugary caffeinated sodas. And it's like, is there no like, I don't know, like maybe you guys have one where you live. Like, is there any like medicinal or healthy but also tasty at the same time drink that like is sold around you? Because I don't know. There's some tea, like some unsweetened teas. Or, I don't know. I guess that's about it where I'm at. I just don't like the ones that are tasty. They're all like extremely unhealthy. Like, I don't know. Is there such thing as to the modern American palate, in their mouth? Is there such thing as a tasty, healthy drink? Or in order to be tasty, does it have to be poisonous? Is that just where we're at now?
Well, that's a huge topic. I mean, I agree with you, dude, that it's insane. Like, it's like a crisis. I mean, dude, if you walk into a gas station, literally every single thing in there to consume is bad for you. Every single thing. The bottled water is the only thing that's not, the worst, even though you got the plastics and, I mean, I actually think they're putting certain chemicals in those as well, but that's a whole other conspiracy. It's a whole other of what they're actually putting in those. It's in the plastic. But anyways, maybe that's the only thing that will not damage you too bad. But like everything in a gas station, like all the snacks, all the drinks, yeah, they're all bad for you. They all have health damaging qualities to them. They're all, genetically modified sources, chemical sources. It's insane, dude. Like it's really a travesty that you can't even stop at a place like that and get anything. But I mean, also to respond to what you said, I mean, I think really you got to make your own drinks if you want a good tasting one that's also healthy. Because yeah, it doesn't, in the sort of modern world, yeah, they've just gone crazy with these chemical flavoring, high sugar drinks or whatever, that sort of have a bit of a bang in terms of the taste, but are just terrible for you. But it's all part of the big pharma, big agriculture kind of, the whole food industry and how that's connected to big pharma. I mean, yeah, unfortunately, they're putting shit in there that will cause heart disease and blood pressure problems and all these issues. And then people have to go to their doctor and take a pharmaceutical. And then 5 years later, they have a stroke from the pharmaceutical or they have liver damage. And so it's insane. Yeah. But I think you'd have to make your own drink if you want to make one that's healthy and that tastes good. Because, yeah, I don't think you'll be able to find one. Even at a health food, well, there's going to be some at like a health food store, like a Whole Foods. They definitely are going to have, like about kombucha. Kombuchas can be pretty tasty, and some of those can be. And they're making kombucha now with like reishi mushrooms and astragalus, like different adaptogenic herbs. So yeah, some of those kombuchas are getting there more to where it's like an herbal drink that also tastes good.
Okay, so I mean that's one option. Like I've so my mother used to make kombucha, and she's got this big like 2-gallon glass hermetically sealed vessel, right? And it's got this giant fungus or whatever growing on the top of it, and she lets that do its job, and then she pours it into a glass, and then she mixes it with like one of the things is that in order to make kombucha or that mushroom or fungus or whatever it is, it needs like sugar to feast upon in order to like do its trick. And so she would take juicy juice or whatever sort of popular sugary juice thing she can get at Kroger's or Walmart, whatever, and that's how she'd make hers. It was like a juicy juice kombucha because it's got to get its sugar from somewhere, and it was carbonated somehow, like you said, like naturally, and it was very tasty. And so I guess kombucha. I'd say that's I'd say I don't know that like kind of sets the record. I don't know, like is kombucha the only healthy drink besides water that any of us know about? I suppose there's teas, right? There's like healthy teas, I suppose, right? So teas and kombucha are those is if you want to have a flavorful drink, are those the only two options? Or does anyone here in the room know about a delicious drink that is also medicinal? I guess you could put some like lemon, you could squeeze a lemon into your water, I suppose. Like natural lemonade would be kind of healthy to a degree.
You got the whole category of fruit juices, fruit and vegetable blends like lemon and ginger. Obviously like, all kinds of different, apple, ginger, carrot juice. There's all kinds of blends, that can be done. So you got that whole category. And then there's another category of like a healthy, nutrient dense, like essentially like a milkshake type of consistency that can be made with like, I mean, if you're going for like, there's the medicinal side of things, but there's also the nutritional. So if you're going for something that's like nutritionally dense, now you have to have good sources for these because obviously you don't want to just have a bad quality. Because I'm going to say raw because raw is better. But if you have like raw milk, like raw goat milk or raw camel milk, something that's not from a cow, because cows are just genetically modified entirely. So there's always going to be problems, although some people can handle it better than others depending on your genetics. But like a goat milk or a camel milk or even sheep milk that's raw, and then have raw eggs, ideally from eggs like duck eggs. Ducks are much better genetics than chickens, but like really nutrient dense, like, duck eggs or even goose eggs. So if you have like raw eggs, and if it's from a healthy animal, you can actually put the shell in as well, blend the shell in with it, which I know sounds wild, but you actually can eat the shell. And if it's not contaminated or it's not from handled incorrectly, the shell actually has a lot of nutrients in it in terms of like calcium, minerals for the bones, for the teeth. Eggshells have a lot of nutrients. They also have collagen in them, which is really good for like the skin and the hair and all that. Anyway, so if you do like raw milk, raw eggs, and then there's tons of different like superfoods and wild berries like bilberries, which are really good for the eyes, sea buckthorn berries that are really good for the skin. So you can make a blend that's far beyond like the idea of like pasteurized cow milk with some synthetic chocolate stuff as a milkshake. Like I'm talking about ones where you've got like raw milk, raw eggs, and then all these other superfoods in them. You can even have some herbs in it as well. Some depending. And you can end up with something that tastes really good, like as good as an ice cream. I mean, different though, but like more natural in that sense. But I mean, it can still be very sweet like that. I make these all the time, which is partly why I'm probably sharing it with passion because, they just taste amazing.
Yeah, good.
They taste amazing, and it's like having the experience of sort of like ice cream, but it's actually good for you. It's not. It's actually in every way helping you rather than hurting you.
Oh, that's such good news, man. Because I just wasn't sure that things could taste good and also not be poison at the same time. But let me ask you a question real quick. It seems, and I don't take any sort of hard stance on this at all. But just to ask you, which is more of a verification than anything. You already made your point clear. You don't seem to be opposed at all to ingesting the milk of non-human. I mean, you didn't say anything about drinking like female human milk. I mean, that's a whole different story, and I don't know. It seems kind of wrong after you're a child, but you seem to imply or whatever that like you're totally down, right? Like the idea of drinking the milk of other animal, female animals, that it doesn't bother you at all as long as it's natural.
Well,
Goat milk, sheep milk, whatever.
yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like necessarily ideal because that milk is meant for the young of those animals. So I mean,
But
that's
it's,
what the milk is obviously made for. But they often have an excess of it, is one thing. And from the nutritional perspective, like mammalian milk all has certain qualities to it that are universal. Include like mother's milk, goat milk, cow's milk. Now they're all quite different in their makeup, but we can consume an animal's milk and still have the nutrition from it. So in that sense, in today's world, it is a unique source of nutrition. Now, if I was to go even a little bit deeper, so from the idea
okay.
that we're actually designed. Okay, well, there's even deeper than that. Okay, I'll start with this. I don't think we're actually like the base human design was not even designed to eat animal products at all. But we'll set that aside. But that doesn't mean we're meant to be vegan in today's world. But nonetheless, we'll set that all aside. So I don't even think it's the original thing. However, now that we are eating animals in the current phase we're in, there's a idea that like we need to consume the entire animal to get all the nutrients. Like, the muscle meat is for our muscles. The liver of an animal is good for our liver. The kidney for our kidneys. The bones are good for our bones, etc.
Is that true?
Everything.
Is that true?
The skin is good for our skin. Like cures like, and it regenerates those parts within our body. And so from that perspective, the blood is something that we would consume. Like a lot of other cultures use the blood. I mean, it sounds kind of like, because of all of the programming,
Creepy.
I know it
Yeah.
sounds a little gross and stuff, but like
What am I, a
actually,
vampire?
I know. And see, this is the thing, dude. Blood is like the most nutrient dense thing of any food.
dude.
And I wonder if they've actually planted a lot of that vampire stuff to freak us out from consuming blood, because it's one of the most nutrient dense foods on earth. So
Who are we? What are we doing? What's
I
right?
know.
What's wrong? What should we eat? What shouldn't we eat? Fuck, dude. I'm so confused. This is
All right, well,
tough.
let me just link it back to this though. The actual reason I brought it up is like, if we're meant to consume the whole animal, then the blood is something we're meant to consume. And if we're not consuming it, my whole point was it was really to bring it back to the dairy, to say that in my understanding, milk, they call it white blood. The white blood is often what's called, like in
Sure.
in various different, so and it's made from the bloodstream of the animal, and it's very similar to blood in terms of its makeup. So my point was to say that if we're not getting blood in today's diet, then the milk is the only place to get those particular nutrients that I'm aware of, and so it also has that purpose to it too. But that was my somewhat long-winded answer of like, are we meant to eat animal milk, or what, about consuming the milk of another animal?
Dude, I'm so disturbed by all of that. Not what you said. Like really nothing to do with what you said, but like like we mentioned before, like zombies and vampires. Like what is the core concept of a vampire? Oh, it feasts upon your blood. What is the core concept of a zombie? It feasts upon a creature's flesh. And it's like, well, shit. I guess I'm a zombie because I eat flesh, don't I, in order to live? And I'm not quite a zombie unless you take it in sort of like a life force sense. Like, yes, I kill other beings in order to fuel my own life, like I sacrifice theirs to fuel mine. And
Well,
so
let me say this though. Like, sorry, but what about like a lion? Like a lion does the same. It eats this
same
blood,
thing.
organs.
Same
So I
thing.
mean, but they're just nature. So I can see it from, like, as a human. I know what you mean, because that was what I was saying originally. Like, were we originally designed to eat animals, or and then there's the modern day veganism thing. So, and I have more thoughts on some of that. But I mean, those are all those other components. But just from that component of eating the whole animal like that, like, what about seeing it in the same way that like a lion or an alligator, or like, I'm not saying we're the same as lions or alligators, but if we are mammals and if we need those nutrients, then wouldn't it just be the same like cycle of nature, the way that,
It
a
would.
hawk,
Yeah. Yeah, it would. But let me say this though.
That's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's intense.
It's listen, yeah, I'm with you, man. There's nothing like there's literally nothing more intense than the whole like dietary system in nature. There's a reason why people are so polarized on it, because it's a hard thing to really come to grips with. But let me say just one quote from a movie, because for some reason YouTube recommended me Planet of the Apes yesterday, like the original from 1968, and I watched it, and then it said, "Hey, by the way, there's a sequel," and I said, "What? There's a sequel to Planet of the Apes from 1968?" They made it the next year. There's a sequel made in 1969. And I watched that and it said, "Hey, by the way, there's a trequel." And I said, "No freaking way. There's a third one? I only ever heard of the first one." It turns out there's a fourth and a fifth. There's a whole 5-part series to the original Planet of the Apes one. And I watched them all yesterday, and it was extremely enjoyable. But that's a whole different note. Sorry to overshare. But the one thing I do want to point out is that in that movie, they said that, and I'll have to Google this, but in that movie, in Planet of the Apes, they said all apes are herbivores. Do you think that's true? Can anyone verify that? I mean, I could Google that, but excluding humans, are all other apes? Because like in evolutionary like taxonomy, right? Like we are considered an ape, right? In that movie, they said all apes are herbivores. And so if we fit into the ape category, would we be the only omnivorous ape? And it's like, oh shit, the vegans might have a point there. If literally chimpanzees, gorillas, bonobos, orangutans are all omnivores and we're the only ones that eat meat, like maybe they got a point there. Like shit. I don't know. But hey, we're humans. We're not those. We're
Omnivore means eat plants, and you're talking about herbivore.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me say it correctly if I misspoke. The Planet of the Apes series from 1968 to 1973, I heard a quote in it that said, "All apes are herbivores." Sorry, that's what I meant. Herbivores. All apes are herbivores, which would make humans, because we are classified as apes, right? We would be the only ape that isn't an herbivore. But that might because of we're doing some, we're fucking up. Yeah, and that's just like
Yeah,
in
you
the
had it right to begin with, bro. They're all omnivores. Like they'll eat anything. They'll eat.
Oh, they
like
are?
even the chimpanzees even can't, like when they have them hunts and shit. They always keep one of the when they have them battles with neighboring tribes of freaking
So the movie lied.
They'll yeah.
Okay,
If that's
so
what they
the
said,
movie
because
just lied. Okay.
the chimp will eat. They'll keep one of the dead chimps from the opposing tribe and cannibalize that bitch.
They eat.
Okay.
They also eat. They eat insects as well.
Okay. So the movie was just propaganda. Okay, the movie lied to me. Understood.
Well, for the most part, they do eat leaves and shit like that, But to be technical, to be honest, they eat everything.
Okay, good to know. That makes me feel better about myself and my
You're not an ape,
my
hopefully
zombie tendencies.
Hopefully, it makes you feel better for
Brains.
telling you that you're not an ape.
Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily have too much of an issue with categorizing humans as apes. I mean, I get it. Like it's not a big deal. It's not that I like fully endorse Darwinism or anything, but if I were going to place us in a category, which are arbitrary, all categories are arbitrary. Yeah, I'd say, hey, that gorilla over there, that is the most similar thing to me. And as long as we're drawing imaginary lines in the sand, Yeah, I'll say I'm like him if you want to group us. You know,
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not bothered by
actually,
that.
actually, even ruminant animals like buffalo or cattle, like cows, um, they're actually not fully herbivores either, because there's actually insects in the grasses that they're eating. And so they actually do consume a fair amount of insects, just ants or whatever's near the grass, or, flies, all kinds of stuff. So they actually do eat insects. And then the other thing about those ruminant animals is that they consume all that grass, and they don't even use that to build their bodies. They use that to ferment in their rumen, which creates like this meaty, massy substance. And then that's what they actually use to build all their muscles and the strength of those animals, like a big buffalo and all that. It's not even using the grass, it's using the fermentation process from the grass, which makes this like slimy, bacterial, kind of meaty substance, which that's what they actually end up eating. So in a way, because all those bacteria are, sort of living in that sense, it's like creating a more like an animal product, even from the grasses. So it's like insects and grasses that are all fermenting, and they will even eat a little rodent or whatever. Like a cow will eat like a little bird or something. So if they see anything like that, they can grab it. They will eat it as well. So yeah, so they're not really living off all that grass. They're just using it for the fermentation.
There's no conversation. Maybe besides cosmology, but aside from that, there may be no more of an intense conversation than diet. It's so profound because we all know we're taking in order to give our, we're sort of taking life in order to experience life. But if there's one thing that I've ever heard like a vegan say that hit like home with me the most, is that the apple is gonna fall off the tree regardless. You know, like you can eat an apple and the tree doesn't die, but you can't eat the foot or the finger or the hand or the arm of an animal without killing it. And so it there does seem to be like this harmonious system. And I'm not saying because of course, like you said, the lion, the bear,
You can
they
eat the
can't
skin.
survive. But the lion, the bear, the tiger, whatever, they can't survive. So I understand this happens. It's natural as far as I know. And I don't know what it really takes because I'm not a dietitian or a nutritionist or whatever. But it just sounds so much more like romantic, right? If all living beings could feast off of plants that freely give their fruits for your consumption.
I know. That's why veganism is so like alluring, and it is alluring, and I think for good reason though. Like, see, there's something about like, are we originally designed to eat animals or not? That's the question. Like the human design. Now, like, yeah, there's a whole component of that, but we do need those nutrients, and these are the only sources that seem to be available right now.
Seems to be the case. Yeah, it seems to be the case. So I mean, I do it, but if someone presented the case and like demonstrated it to me clearly, I'd be like, okay, I'll change my ways. But that's I'm waiting on that. It's to be seen.
Dude, I watched the veganism movement very closely throughout all these years. I've gone vegan before. I've raw vegan, all of that. I've tried it all out myself.
Cool.
But I also followed the whole evolution of it, as it were, for the last 20 years throughout all the phases. And
right,
dude, like the statistics. Okay, like just to try to summarize. If I was just to summarize it, from all my observation, knowing many of the key figures throughout it, seeing their process through it, etc., it's like, when it first was all happening, you would think, oh my God, these people are going to be thriving. They're going to be blazing into 2020, 2025, 2030. These people are just going to be the youngest, most vibrant, healthy. And that was what it sold as, But the truth is, dude, like probably 85% of them fell off and was like, this is not right for my body, essentially, and or for many reasons, either malnutrition or for health problems, or a lot of different reasons, and went back to eating either eggs or dairy or meat. Many went back to eating meat, etc. Like most of them did. And then even the ones that are still like the vegan YouTubers they're still dropping like flies in terms of giving up the diet. And it's like in cycles they're dropping in flies. And the ones that are still hanging in there are not looking good. They're just, their eyes look sunken in. They're just not, even looking as good as they were when they started, and everything else. It's a decline. It's just an absolute decline of the health. And I know the reasons for it because of the nutrients that are lacking. And certain people can last longer on it than others, but it is a partial starvation diet is what I'll call it.
Let me ask you a question, Gio. One of the points I've heard made is that an appeal to the senses, that meat is not delicious unless you season it and marinate it and stuff like that. And I'm not convinced. But I don't know anything about this. I've never hunted and like cooked my own like meat that I've hunted for myself or whatever. I've only had store-bought stuff, but or the whole room. Does meat only taste good after you've like seasoned it and stuff, or does meat smell good cooked? Does meat taste good cooked if you just kill an animal and just put it over a fire? Is it disgusting? Because that's the rumor I've heard, that if you just kill an animal in the wild and cook it, it will not taste good at all. You have to add a bunch of spices and seasonings in order to make it palatable. But that goes against every Disney Channel movie I've seen where people are, some Disney Channel. I mean, I know they're animated or movies or whatever, but we go like catch some fish, we fillet them and put them on a rotisserie and cook them over a campfire flame, right? Ooh, delicious, right? Or a chicken or whatever, right? What's your take on that? Does meat have to be like prepared in order to be palatable, or is meat delicious and fragrant and smell good when cooked without the seasoning? Or have any of you ever had just killed animal meat just cooked on the spot? And
well, I think everybody probably has different views on that. It is one of the vegan
do they,
arguments is that they'll say, like one of the vegan arguments, they'll say, oh, meat doesn't taste good on its own. You always have to season it, and that's proof for the fact we're not really designed to eat meat. Whereas you look at blueberries, and everybody wants to pick a blueberry and eat it right off the tree. Well, I'll say that a lot of people that eat raw meat, which I eat raw meat as well, it's very tasty raw. Like it tastes like butter. Like a lot of people like the taste of raw meat, especially if you don't season it. Like even don't add salt to it as well.
Who seasons bacon? And that shit's good as fuck. I've never seasoned bacon.
Good point. So it sounds like that claim just falls apart then.
Well, no, bacon is pretty seasoned usually. I mean, I don't know. It depends on what kind, but it usually has like, maple sugar and, a lot of different things in it. But I mean, okay, even outside of the raw meat, because I'm just saying some people find raw meat to be very good tasting. Because that's what I'm saying, first of all. Meaning like mouth watering, like buttery, tasty, especially if it's fresh. Like sushi, obviously, like raw fish, I think tastes amazing, like on its own. But anyways, so there's the raw thing.
And then, for reasons I don't know. I'm so offended by that for reasons I can't explain.
Catholic Jesuit programming or something. Yeah, I don't know. Because
raw meat, you fucking barbarian eating raw meat, you fucking heathen. Like, but then it's like, how can I justify my feelings? I can't. Why is raw meat any more barbaric than meat that's been put over fire? I can't explain that.
Yeah, raw meat versus, raw blueberries. Like, well, I mean,
I can't explain it. I can't defend it,
and by the
I
way,
have
dude,
I have a strong feeling. I have a
by the
strong
way, dude, like,
feeling to call you a fucking monster. Like, god damn it, Gio, you ate
dude,
raw fucking meat? Like, what's wrong with you?
you know what they
Gross,
do
dude.
when they initiate someone into when they catch those big tuna, the big tuna fish. In order to be
Yeah.
initiated, when you catch your first tuna, right when it comes up out of the water, they slice it open, grab the heart out of it, and you eat the heart
No.
fresh,
No,
beating right
no,
out of
no,
it.
no, no,
Yes,
no,
sir.
dude.
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh man,
Why
that's
am I so offended, dude? Like,
it's
because
the
I
most just like it is
ah
that part of us, in that sense. But dude, we are mammals. That's the thing, though. We need that nutrition. Now, it doesn't mean you need to do it like a barbarian, necessarily. But what's wrong with barbarian, by the way? Yeah, why is that a bad thing? I mean, what does a barbarian even mean? Just like a strong human that?
it doesn't
Well,
mean
there's
anything. It doesn't mean anything at all, does it? Oh my god. Dude,
well, do you
but
okay? Are you cringing because you just find like because dude, like I've
raw
done,
meat, dude, eating raw
like,
meat, I'm disgusted by it. That as simple as that. I don't know where it comes from. Programming, I guess. At the end of the day, yeah, sure. I guess I've been programmed that raw meat is disgusting and cooked meat is delicious and amazing.
I got you, but I
I
mean,
can't explain it further than that.
I'm also talking about from a very healthy animal, like a wild, healthy, not like some factory farmed, like if you go to
Yeah.
Kroger or if you go to Walmart or whatever and you buy the lowest quality factory farmed slab of meat, yeah, that would be terrible to eat raw. God only knows what's on that. That is disgusting and
There's some
absolutely should be
worms and
cooked.
parasites in it.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, that shit's rank. So I'm talking about you know, like wild, fresh, high quality meat, which really just has good probiotics on it. Like, I
I'm
mean,
so
dude,
disturbed still.
if you hunt like a deer in the wild, and the minute you take it down, like if
Rip out
yeah,
its heart and drink its blood.
you can eat the meat right out of it. Yeah, you can eat the meat right there. I mean, that's what the
Oh
animals do in
man.
nature too. See, dude, the
Man,
thing is that I feel like the creator has designed this current phase we're in that humans have to eat those nutrients, meaning we need all those animal nutrients and yeah, the liver, the heart, the kidney, etc., as well as the muscle meat, the fat, the bones, all of that. So I just know we need it nutritionally at this time. So in my mind, that means that the creator, like that is intended in that sense because we're not intended to like, dude, if we all went vegan, we would die as a human race because women would stop being able to reproduce. Like it's very common when women go vegan, they lose their period and they stop being able to reproduce,
oh my
literally
god.
going vegan. Because the fat soluble nutrients that are in the meat and the animal food, that's what actually gives the woman her reproductive
No,
capacity.
we
So
don't
when
want
you
that.
remove that, yeah, when you remove that, you can't. Women stop having their period and stop having their reproductive cycle. So it's like it's that required, So if it's that required, then what about just stepping into that and being like, all right, then I mean, you can still do it in a loving way, Like you can be, you can, connect to the spirit animal of the spirit. You can ask for a grace of that animal to be graced to you from the tuna spirit or the deer spirit. Like there's ways to do it where you can be in harmony in that way, and you can also do it like not in a negative way, like you're not just killing for sport or anything like that, like you're using the whole animal. So I think it actually can even be sacred and spiritual. And dude, you look at
I
like
do
the
it.
Eskimos, like have you seen the Eskimos diet, bro? They kill an animal, a big game. They fucking splay it open. They make the stomach a bowl. They make a bowl out of the stomach, and they put all the
Oh
blood in it.
no.
They put all the blood in it, and then they take
No.
the meat and they chop up chunks of the meat and they put that in the
No.
blood, and the meat soaks in the blood. Then they all sit around the animal like smiling and just having a great time in peace and harmony,
No.
just slowly eating. And dude, those meats are like, there's a reason they call it high meat, like fermented blood meat like that. Like when you ferment it, especially, it's called high meat. It literally makes you high, and not in a way of like kind of frantic delusional high, but like a very grounded, just blissful, like biggest smile on your face. Looking at those Eskimos, the way that they do it, man, like they
You know what
are
disturbs me the most?
Inuit. the Inuit.
You know what disturbs me the most about what you just said they do is that somewhere inside of me I know that it makes so much sense. Like as
Oh,
you
it looks
described
like
it,
us,
I'm like,
yeah.
but then
Dude, it's like a bloody murder scene, dude. There's blood all over the place. It's on their faces because they don't have like
no.
napkins and stuff. You know, they don't have like running necessarily. Well, they stay with running water in these days, but I mean, you know, they're not like in some copacetic kitchen or whatever. But dude, it's also just natural, and um, that's just been like bred out of us with cartoons and commercials and stuff.
You know it's also natural though? Fucking herbivores. That's also one, approach to diet. Or maybe that's a lie. I mean, do carnivore? I mean, I've seen my dog, right, which is a carnivore. I've seen my dog fucking eat grass, and I've seen a deer eat a bird. So, is it is are the concepts of herbivore and carnivore just like completely like make believe terms? Because
Well, I guess it's like when they eat the plants, they are chopping the plant away. It's like chopping the arms off the plant, but the plant regrows and regenerates, and then the
yeah,
plant also
but
gets a
deers eat birds. Deers
well,
eat
yeah,
birds. You
dude, have you
know?
seen those alligators, bro? Like those alligators that uh they'll be like an antelope that's like drinking water at the side of a little lake,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
these alligators stroll up real slow, leap out, and just grab. Sorry if I'm
They do
yelling.
it.
There's just a loud motorcycle. I'm sorry if I'm talking loud. I just feel like I have to talk
No,
over
you're
the
fine.
motorcycle because I'm
We can
driving.
hear it.
But yeah, dude, like the alligator grabs the antelope, pulls it into the water, twists and turns it, drowns it in the water, and then eats it. I mean, dude, like that is so intense. Like, and it's like not like the alligator is evil. Like it's just an alligator. But then you could
This
argue,
is
like, is it evil? I don't know, because that is a profound thing. Like, dude, I'm with you. I would
yeah.
rather all of us I would rather all the animals only be eating plants or just eating nothing, just living off ether. And then all of us humans can live off nothing as well. And we can all just frolic about and just let all the plants live, let all the animals live. I would like, yeah, that would be amazing. But it seems like for whatever reason, this cycle we're in is one of these like heavy nature regenerative, like death and rebirth cycles that just has this intensity to it, and creators got to be into it. It must revel in it and find it beautiful. And
I was just about to go that direction, dude. I was just about to go down that same lane. I was gonna say if there is design involved in this, I really would, and I don't think there's any talking me out of this. I will listen to anyone respond, but at the end of the day, what you just said is a fact of reality. The alligator just fucking jumping out of the lake, ripping the antelope down to the water, snapping its neck, or drowning it or whatever. Um, it takes a real fucking sociopath, fucking really messed up, fucking crazy motherfucker to design a world in this way. If this world is according to anyone's design, that was a fucking really messed up designer who designed this place. He's into some really sick shit. And I don't think there's any talking me out of it. I think I'll die with that same feeling. Whoever designed this place, if it was designed, it has some serious issues. Some really serious issues. Because I don't think the alligator is doing anything other than what it knows it should do. I think the alligator is just being an alligator. I think the lion is just being a lion. I think they're all just doing their thing that they're meant to do as ordained by the designer who created them. But whoever created them, man, what a fucked up individual that is to design a world in this way. I cannot sum it up to just pure goodness at all. I just got issues with
Oh yeah,
that.
dude. I mean, the creator is everything. So it's sane and insane. It's evil and good. It's but I know what you mean, dude. Yeah. I mean, it could be seen that way, that it has like an incredibly sick mind. But when you think about some of the stuff that goes down, you could see it that way. Like you know, we all know of stuff that people have done to other people that are absolutely horrific in so many ways. So there's already that. And then you have like even the whole category of like accidents, like car crashes where someone just is just brutally killed in a car accident, and stuff like that. So you have like those type things. I mean, this creator, if it is everything, then when we say the words of, oh, it must be very sick or whatever, or have a very sick mind or whatever, the way you were saying it, or just like a very dark,
Equally
see,
beautiful.
but
Equally
it's also
beautiful.
the light. Yeah, but it's also the light as well. Like it's everything. And I think the reason it does that is just to revel in its own creative capacity. And it just wants to create like every possible experience that it can, and including those, which seems like, why would you want to create a car crash where someone's brutally injured or killed? But it seems like the creator wants to create it because it's creating it. So I know what you mean.
Same thing. I would do the exact same thing. That's the part where I can totally understand.
Well, we make simulation video games, like The Sims, like that whole game is like simulating humans. But then there's also like, games that are shooting each other. Like we all know that a war situation, real war with real guns, is horrifying. Your buddies are getting shot, you're getting shot. Absolutely the most traumatizing thing that just about any human could go through. But then we recreate these video games where people are doing it all day, shooting each other, except it's on the game, obviously. It's not in real life. So what if the creator, what if it's like a game to the creator the way a game is to us, meaning the creator is not being hurt. It's not dying in the car accident. It's not actually dying. It's just like in the video game when you don't actually die when you're playing the game because you're just shooting your friends and you don't actually physically die. You just go, you go get a bag of Doritos and and a soda pop and just go on with your night. You know what I mean? So, but what if the creator, like the alligator eating the antelope and all this crazy shit, like what if it's experiencing it from a level that it's just like it's not getting hurt, it's just experiencing it and being like, whoa, I can create this. Just like a video game is fun to watch as well, or just like we like watching movies that are like crazy or dangerous, or the guy's getting shot or whatever, and we're like, woo, we're just like watching the movie. What if the creator is watching all this stuff that we consider real, like car accidents or real people getting shot or whatever? What if in the creator's mind, it's almost like watching, kind of like you said earlier, like the greatest story ever told?
Yeah, man. I have this idea, and it's like I said before, I'm extremely romantic about these things. Like my idea about the world, if I were to like give a personality, like an all-encompassing personality to reality, I usually referred to that as like the demiurge, as the personification of reality. I have this romantic idea that reality is imperfect and it wants to be better. And that's why I said I do the exact same thing. Like you said about, humanity making video games where we do these, violent actions simulator, whatever. I think reality is just a larger me. It has its pros, it has its cons, it has its upsides, it has its flaws. But I want to be perfect. You know what I mean? Like in my heart of hearts, I know I'm flawed and I indulge and I'm selfish and I have all these like vices and all. But if you said, "Hey, do you want to be perfect?" You say, "You better believe I want to be perfect." You know? And so all I can hope for is that the demiurge, sure, I can accept its imperfect. I can accept that the demiurge or reality isn't perfect because I would never ask anyone to live better than I live myself. I would never ask someone to do something that I wasn't willing to do. I would never expect anyone to be better than my best that I live. And so I'm not going to expect reality to be a better person than who I am as a person. So, and I know I'm flawed, so I can accept that the universe is flawed. But maybe we're both just trying our best to be perfect, and we're living the like the living experience of the demiurge trying to become perfect. But of course, you know, like we all know we want to be better people, but then what do? We give in to temptation. And so that's just going to happen, but hopefully there's an overall trajectory. And I only have my lifespan to see how it works out, but hopefully there's an overall trajectory that that the world fixes itself, because there's some issues, and just hopefully someday it all gets sorted out. Hopefully reality gets its shit together and sorts things out and becomes the best reality it can be.
Yeah. No, I hear you on that. But I mean, I think it all is perfect, even the way it is right now. Like, for example, if you were to take like an elderly person and you were to make like an artwork out of them, like, you know, draw it out, you know, there would be this like perfection in the artwork that you're creating, even though in that elderly person, their body is been degraded. You know, their skin's wrinkling, their hair's gray, they lost their hair, whatever it may be. So in that sense, they're not like maybe seen as some like perfect, vibrant human, but from the level of the creator,
it is all perfect.
It is perfect. Yeah, like, because aging is part of the creation. Like every single part of it is perfect in its own way. Even like some very challenging experiences, like we mentioned, car accidents, or like having a heart attack, or just things like that are really, you know, incredibly painful experiences to go through. But even those are, I think, being created, because I know what you mean, that there's an imperfection, and I can, on that level, I hear what you're saying. Like, you could say we're all imperfect, and all, there's, you know, things go wrong and all that. But then there's like another level to look at it, that it actually is all perfect on a higher level. Like, it is all divinely perfect. Even, you know, the slums of, you know, a city, or, you know, just poverty, things like that. It's kind of hard to see that that's the divine creation as well, because you look at poverty, people just struggling and starving, and, you know, they're sick and all this stuff. And you look at the whole world of diseases, like, wow, diseases are brutal and painful and unpleasant to go through. I mean, you know, how could those be like divinely created? You know, how could those be like divine perfection creating that? But in my understanding, that is the case. Like, it actually, I keep using this word revel, but I think like the creative principle, it's like it has this like almost fervent passion, or kind of open-minded energy, that it just wants to experience all of these different things, and therefore it creates them all for the sake of experience. And like I said before, if it knows that it's beyond that, it's beyond the disease, it's beyond the human that's dying, like if it transcends all of that and you're in that mind state, then it's like, why not create these things? It's just like like we were saying before, like where you create a video game or a simulation game or something like that, where, you know, you're just creating
there is a distinction.
A reality.
I mean, there is a distinction in the whole video game comparison, but you already know that. And I see where you're coming from the like the perfect angle, and I couldn't agree more. I totally see eye to eye on you, but at the same time, the opposite perspective, in my opinion, is equally true. I like, if someone comes up to me and says reality is exactly how it's supposed to be in a perfect way, I say, you know what? I see where you're coming from. I couldn't agree more. And then if someone after that comes at me and says reality is one big fucking horrible mistake, and nothing is how it's supposed to be, everything is wrong, I'd say, you know what? You got a point there too. I see exactly where you're coming from. I couldn't agree more. And so I hold both perspectives in my head, and I completely agree with both opposing philosophies. And I think that's as far as you can really go while alive. I hope that after death, I kind of achieve some sort of conclusion or resolve or higher understanding that can't be achieved while alive. But someone, yeah, I mean, I already said it. Just I agree with both sides. Like I don't disagree with either side. I agree with both perspectives. This world is a horrible, nasty place. Everything is out to kill you. You have to fight for survival, and it's completely on you to just postpone your death in a torturous, hostile environment where your main motivation is just lasting as long as possible. Sure. Then the other side is, hey, everything needed for survival is right there. The trees offer their fruit. The air offers its breath to you. The sunlight offers its warmth. Everything. It's an incredible mixture that seems to play both sides, and interpretation is, I mean, from the situation and circumstance that we find ourselves in, uh that's just, but at the same time, that only points towards this, like you said, this higher level of perfection. Because if it wasn't this, if it wasn't this way, what else could it be? I don't think it could be anything other than this. This is the only way it could ever go. If anything were to ever happen, there's the idea of just frozen perfection. But I mean, that's what I understand.
Like the idea that the creator wouldn't create it if it didn't want to create it. So, and
I don't like the idea of the creator.
It has its infinite ability. It has its infinite choice to make any type of creation that it wants. So if it wanted to create it, then it had a purpose, in my viewpoint. And it literally, just like when you want to do something, or when, not, doesn't have to be you and you personally, but just, when someone wants to do something, they're like, oh, I really want to do this right now. Or I really want to watch this TV show or whatever it is. They really want to do it. Well, in my viewpoint, the creator really wants to do in that way all of this stuff, everything, even like car accidents and diseases and all this shit, because it's doing it. You know what I mean? Like
what do you call that?
Right before our eyes.
Do you call it a sadist? Is that the word?
It's got a little bit of that in it. Yeah, it seems to. Like,
so that seems fucked up.
Just look at, yeah. I mean,
but it's not that. I mean, the flowers are pretty. The women are beautiful. The sky is glorious. The food is delicious. The fragrant smells are enticing. This world isn't just horrible. I mean, there's very pleasurable things involved here, alongside the genocide and the whatever.
Right. I know, that's what's crazy, right? Because there is like genocide. Just absolutely, yeah, dude.
But then there's beautiful flowers that smell delicious, and tasty food, and family and love and friendship and time spent with people you care about, and connections and art and beautiful art, and all these amazing things. And the world's full of these opposites. And and I can accept it. Like I said this before, but I can accept it. I'd probably have a problem. Like I don't have a problem. I freely and openly accept reality as it is, and I'd actually have.
We don't have any choice to, because it's happening. It's already happening. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, how do you kind of deal with it? Yeah, I know, dude. It's taken me quite some time in my life to come to terms with some of these things and think about them deeply. And it's still a process, really. It's still a journey, and there's
it is a process.
Yeah, like really wrapping your mind around some of these things that are going on. So yeah, it's
I heard a quote. I heard a
full on.
quote today
It's
about.
definitely full on.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying
What'd
it's
you say?
full on. Like I was
Oh,
just saying
full
it's
on.
full on. Like it's full on. Like it takes all of your faculties of awareness to figure out how the creator, a creator would actually choose to create all of this out of its infinite. It could do anything it wants, and it's
And this is
choosing.
what it did.
Yeah.
I heard related to this when I was listening to an interview with some dude talking about Plato on the Gnostic Informant YouTube channel today. He was quoting Plato in saying that some quote from Plato was like, Plato says, I had the opportunity to achieve or get a clear observation or stare. I had the opportunity to stare and witness pure truth in and of itself, but I decided not to look at it directly because if I ever stared truth directly straightforward, I would go blind, similar to a man who stares into the sun and goes blind. And that really resonated with me because I think if you ever could like witness or observe truth, you'd cease to entertain anything else. Like, we all kind of have to admit, we all kind of rely and appreciate the illusion. Because without it, there'd be nothing, perhaps. Like, if the illusion is the only true reality where we can dance and sing and have sex and have breakups and form relationships and adventure and stuff, and the truth is that like there is nothing, you've never done anything, there's nothing to do, it's all settled, there's only one truth, the truth is the truth and it never changes, you'd say, well that just means I'm just stuck doing nothing. And it's like, if in the metaphor he gave, it's like if the sun were seen as a source of truth, you can stare directly at the sun, and then not that you go blind due to like physical damage, but like once you've seen the truth directly, then I don't know. Nothing compares. You'll never look away. There's nothing that there like. I'm sorry. Let me put it this way. If
Yeah.
you're
Have you heard of the experiences where people are like experiencing the creator and they describe it as looking at like a million suns, like the brightness of a million suns? It doesn't necessarily blind them, but it is like just immersing into the brightness of a million suns, like that level of light.
I want to put it this way. If you pride yourself on something like your life's purpose, right? So if you define yourself by your goals, like something you want to achieve, say you're a detective whose wife is murdered, and you dedicate your entire life to to figure out who murdered your wife, and then you finally find him and you get him arrested. Your life's goal is accomplished, but you're still going to live. And the day after you put him in jail, you're going to feel lost. You're going to feel directionless. You say, my whole life was dedicated for this purpose. I lived and breathed to accomplish this goal. And now that I've accomplished it, well, I don't know what to do with myself afterwards. That was all I was living for. And now that I've solved the case, there's no more case to solve, and what do I do now? And so if you find the truth, there's no higher truth to find. If you consider yourself a truther, right? if you consider yourself a truther or a wisdom seeker, and you achieve all wisdom and you find the ultimate truth, you just wouldn't know what to do with yourself afterwards. You say, "Oh
Well, I
shit, I
think
found it."
there's always spreading the love, essentially, assisting others and being of service to others in certain ways.
Okay.
I don't necessarily mean like proselytizing truth or trying to, go in that sense necessarily, or preaching in that sense, but I'm just referring to like higher octaves of like, using truth or, various kind of discoveries in that sense to then, synergize and be of assistance and service to others to then improve, life essentially for ourselves and others. Because, yeah, like the truth has a certain importance to it, but if that's able to then be like put into like a practical process, which I think has really been suppressed in our modern day, then that could be like very enhancing, which I would see the creator being very into wanting to do. Like if it created this whole breakdown over the last like 100 years, 200 years, all this stuff, like I could see it wanting to also just shift out of it and have a huge level of enhancement and upgrade. I think the truth will be that kind of carrier medium.
Well,
Just made me think of that.
you know the game Pickup Sticks, right?
Yeah.
I've never played it, but I've heard of it. I mean, what do you do in that game, right? You literally just throw a bunch of sticks on the ground, and then you just pick them back up, right? Is that all there is to it? You just throw a bunch of sticks on the ground. They're all scattered about, and then you just organize them into your hand and pick them all back up.
No, it has to do with like how they land and which one lands on top of another. So like one might have like one side of it will be under one, the other side will be over another, like on the top of another, and then there's various like
Okay.
ways of orchestrating little games that use sticks that
Okay,
line up
so
like
like
that.
you can only pick up a stick that isn't underneath another stick, so it goes like one at a time, sort of. Yeah, I got you there. So, I mean, that's like you and I share a similar opinion on like if there was God, he'd want to experience the one thing he couldn't experience as a god, and that's not being a god. God can do whatever he want except for not being God. So he,
Right.
does whatever, shatters his consciousness into like a bunch of fragments. And I'm trying to compare that to pickup sticks, where there's a certain intention. Like God, God is this painting or window or plane of glass or pile of sticks or whatever, and he breaks himself apart with the intention of just playing the game of piecing himself back together, collecting all the pieces and becoming whole once again. But then, like I said, like once all the sticks are picked up, well, what now? The game's over. So what do? You just throw them down on the ground again and restart the game. And I really can't imagine anything deeper than just a continuous game as far as reality goes, just applying to just someone God is alone in a room, solitary confinement, and he's got a game of pickup sticks, and he throws them on the ground and he picks them up one at a time and brings them all back together, and then he says, "Oh, I guess I did it. I picked up all the sticks. It was fun. I had a fun time playing the game. Gave me some entertainment. But what now? The game's over. I picked up all the sticks. I put them back in their little cylinder that I pulled them out of." And he's like, "Well, nothing else to do besides pull them back out and toss them on the ground again and restart the game." And I mean that's the most difficult question for anyone. What do you think this all will ever amount to? Is reality heading any meaningful direction? or is it just an endless cycle of picking up sticks and then throwing them about and picking them back up and then throwing them back down on the ground and picking them back up? And the one answer is like, oh, well, experience is gained. Every time it's a different game. Every time, you'll gather more conscious experience. And, I mean, that sounds nice, I suppose. Gaining experience, living, experiencing. I don't know what God would really want from that, but I definitely enjoy that aspect of it. I love the whole living thing. I mean, I prefer being alive over being whatever I fear is other than alive.
Well, it's like,
But
is the purpose to separate from ourselves to then experience a eventual return back to the whole?
yeah, the
So like
pickup
become
sticks.
yeah, it's an interesting analogy the way you're using that. And yeah, because like if that's what's going on, then it's like it's purposefully using its own nature to separate and divide parts of itself that are essentially unaware of the totality, to then
Yeah.
have various different adventures, experiences, and you could even create a whole like a soul evolution process where you begin as kind of a young soul where you don't really know how these different realms and dimensions operate. And as you go into different lifetimes and different, because I think there's way more than just this realm. This is just one of many, many. So as you go through these different realms and living lifetimes, it's like you're evolving and learning more about how these different worlds work and the nature of yourself as well. And so eventually there'll be a return back to the source. And I think,
And
could
then
be seen
what?
as a spiritual process as well. Well, then once you're back to it, you then have all of the knowledge, the omnipotent, omnipresent, original capacity that you had. You've rejoined with it and remembered who you are, and then the resultant process was the creation that came out of that.
Okay, so you just described like a cycle of like a dismantling, separation, and then recombining, little by little, the journey of returning back to source. And
Yeah.
I can understand like the fun adventure of it all, and the beauty of like the uh the lessons learned and stuff like that, and you return back to source, and see, that's game over, right? The game's over, the game is completed, mission accomplished. And so then do you just sit with yourself? Do you say mission accomplished, good job everybody, round of
Maybe there was
applause, we
lessons you
did it,
didn't learn
we
in the
became whole
lifetime.
again. And to me, I can't imagine any other outcome after mission is accomplished, but besides voluntarily just bursting and exploding apart again, just to repeat the same process of exploding apart and then
But
piecing
it
things
wouldn't be
back
exactly
together.
repeated, would it? Because every life
Not
is
exactly.
completely different.
It would be different. You're right. And so would there be some sort of net benefit of repeating this process over and over again
I
that
think it's
leads
more so
somewhere?
about learning about just, I don't know, like not being angry with shit and, like sort of appreciating life for what it is,
Well, that
Yeah.
that's more of a human thing. Unless, I mean, I won't blame you for this, but it
That's
almost
like a
sounded like
creative
you're
term, but
saying God is angry.
Well, in a sense, it's like we've been given this sort of freedom of will, freedom of choice, We've been granted the earth, and I don't know, it's almost like, you're offending the creator in a sense by, I don't know, it's just like with a parent, you don't want to abuse the trust or abuse the benefit you've been given, and it's like maybe you need to make mistakes to realize that
what you've been blinded to, you haven't been appreciating, sort of thing.
Oh, I love it, man. I love being alive. I couldn't appreciate it more. And I
But
even
I think
I even
as
see the
when you're
necessity.
young though, you don't. Do you know what I mean? You take things for granted, and isn't that
Yeah,
what
and you
life
learn that
is?
lesson.
Right.
I value my opponent. You know, like there's the idea of winning the soccer game, right? There's the idea of like winning the Super Bowl or the World Cup. But we all know that if you are on one team and the other team didn't show up to the game and you won by by
By default, yeah,
disqualification,
that would be.
yeah, by
Yeah.
default, you'd say, this is not the way I wanted to win. I wanted to
Yeah.
prove I'm the best. And without your opponent, you can't prove that you're the best. Because you never, you need the cooperation of your opponent in order for a competition to take place. And I mean, that's one of the deepest desires we all have. And so there's got to be a love for the adversary. And that's why I totally understand, like, what would life be without
I
the
don't know though.
struggle?
I don't know. Is it the adversary or is it the sport? Because yeah,
Right.
you still need an opponent, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's the love for the sport. You know, the love for that for me is what it is.
For the
It's like,
experience.
you can watch uh your favorite team play against their biggest rivals and watch one of your biggest rivals score an amazing goal, and you have to give credit where credit is due. When you see brilliance, you just it's brilliant, isn't it? Whether it was your team that done it or your opponents, I think that's where the beauty of quite a lot of it comes in as well. Just like
Yeah.
boxing, loads all sport. Like your opponents appreciate each other because they go through the same shit. They go through all the hard work. They go through all the dieting.
Yeah, they're they're like brothers, kind of. But hey,
Right. Yeah.
I gotta go. But it's been real nice, guys.
Peace.